Guess who's back? Back again. Fucking hell. Right. Got my coffee, got my water. Let me set this mother up now. Spidey's on it. Um, just remember you need to buy a membership, Blue Wench, to become a member of the Discord channel. Uh, right. Presents. Oh, gonna get this trial now. Here it is. Shelley, you're the hardest person to get hold of ever. So it is. I can understand Heidi's frustration because I've tried to get hold of Shelley a few times, thinking, how do I get hold of her? Nightmare. But I'm glad she was legit. Shelley takes no offense, Heidi. I asked Shelley to be a mod and she told me to fuck off. So it's all good. She don't give a shit. I love that. Shelley, make sure you press that bloody Discord now. You're a member of that Blue Wench Club now, so you've got access to the Discord. So make sure you I'm shouting here. Make sure you click the link, become a member. Right, I need to put this one in so we can get some of your documents on there. Share screen. You both besties. Look at you. Both of you besties. Double trouble, more like it. Judges in there. I'll stop there. You should be able. Hey, Heidi, you should be able to contact Shelley every day now on Discord. You can private message her on Discord. You don't need to email. Um, so you be able to DM her anytime you want. We'll wait. We'll give it another few minutes, just till 1:45, and then we'll start. But yeah, make sure now, Shelley, that you get onto Discord with our link. If you need a hand to get on there, because I did, get Spider Girl. Spider Girl will talk you through it. She's a whiz. She's a genius. Let me set this up then. Subtitles on, yes. Well, we need to get Heidi. We need to get you on Discord as well. You're not even on there, yeah? You need to tinkle, no problems. Not a problem. Tinkle away, guys. First responders of CISM, critical incident. Yeah, I thought it was something I didn't know the wording, but yeah. Present. So we are going to be give it another 5 minutes, then we'll start. So yeah, Shelley, I hope you can use that. Um, don't think many people can be here tonight, but it's all good. People might join later. It's all good. I think we had a nice little crowd earlier today. Madwell's obviously going to bed now, so she's not here. I hope Amy comes back. I don't think Amy was in. I know she came in for a little bit, but I don't think she stayed. So I hope Amy is okay and she comes in here. What else have we got? Lefty be lurking at some point or another, no doubt. Let's that one down, that one live stream. I can stop the other one now then. End broadcast, end broadcast. Yes, because I don't need to have that stream on the same time. We went on for 8.5 hours, didn't we? So I think that was good effort today. Oh Jesus! Now I've started something. I got DMs going everywhere. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, what's the corner server? Dun, 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 dun. Right. But she's serious as well, Shelley. Have you managed to join yet, Shelley? Make sure you try and join during the stream. Because if you have any issues, Spidey can help out. Most UK guys won't be here, which, sensible. But I'll give it a couple more minutes for Heidi to come back from her tinkle. Amy, where's Amy's not here? Damn. I hope Amy's okay. Let me just check a few things here. Oh, Amy's not here, I don't think. So, anyway, right. I think let's go. I don't, people can join whenever, so let's go, shall we? Heidi might be will join us when she's back from a tinkle.
First name is Samuel. Last name is Samar.
Mr. Kilmer,
Oh,
you
it
may
was
have
so bad.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning, Jerry. I'm Samuel Samaru. I'm Lieutenant Colonel with Broward County Sheriff's Office.
What does a lieutenant colonel mean? What is their responsibilities?
I'm the deputy chief, second in command of patrol. So basically, every patrol contract city in Broward County, I'm second in command that controls the contract cities, the courthouse, Port Everglades, airport, and such.
How long have you been a lieutenant colonel?
Approximately 3 months now, sir.
How long have you been with BSO in total?
I'm actually going to my 30th year in the Broward Sheriff's Office.
Did you say 30th? I'm sorry.
30th, yes.
So let's start back at the beginning. Let's go back 30 years ago when you were first hired by the Broward Sheriff's Office. In what capacity were you hired?
I was hired as a detention deputy.
And what is a detention deputy?
I worked in jail from 1992 to 1998, July of 1998.
And is there a rank affiliated with that job, or how does it work?
Deputy's the first step before that. And as you go on, you go sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel.
So going back to 30 years ago when you were a detention deputy, did you have training to become a detention deputy?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many hours of training or how many days of training did you have?
Back then, it was probably like 12 weeks.
Okay. And what did that training encompass?
Basically, laws, procedures, pretty much self-defense, firearms.
And did you have
1.25. Is it too fast, Shelley? If it's too fast, I can back to normal with it if you want. Just let me know. I can put it back to normal. I always watch it 1.25. But if you want me to go back to normal, no, you're fine. Okay. Yeah, I tried the 1.25 because otherwise I'd be here till 6 o'clock in the morning.
detention deputy academy?
Yes, I did. Broward College.
Broward College. Okay. So after those 12 weeks, presumably you graduated
Yes.
and you started working in the jails?
Yes, on the job. Like OJT, we had no training officer per se back in those days, back in the 90s, early 90s. It's more structured now.
So you did not in the 90s have a direct supervisor who told you what to do the first, let's say, 6 weeks or 8 weeks you were in the jail?
It was, but not formal, not formalized, should I say.
It was informal.
Correct.
Okay. You worked at the jail for how long?
Approximately 5 years.
During those 5 years, how often would you need to take refresher courses or training courses?
Annually, but an annual in-service every year to stay current with current times with best practices.
Can you describe what in-service means?
In-service is a mandate. The Broward Sheriffs are very proactive. It's like continuing education. Every year there's something new, technology or case laws or operational or tactics, in order to make your personnel be competent and equivalent to perform at the best. Every single year you get more training.
How long was the in-service training?
It depends. Sometimes it's 3 consecutive days or 24 hours within an annual period.
Back then when you were a detention deputy, was there any additional training besides the in-service training?
There were specialty classes standalone, which means that you put in for it based upon seniority. You may be offered a standalone class. And standalone means basically it's an 8-hour, 16-hour block of instruction for a specific skill set, maybe firearms or defensive tactics or case law, something of that nature.
Did you partake in those back when you were a detention deputy?
I took part in several of them.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. At any point during your tenure as a detention deputy, did you ever teach any of the training classes?
Yes, the latter part of my tenure in the jail from 1997 to 1998, I was assigned to the Correction Academy at the Police Academy. So I was a class advisor. So my job was basically to almost like a drill instructor, but a little more than that, should I say, basically on the academic side, talk about like personal skills, jail operations, procedures.
So for 97 to 98, were you stationed at the academy or were you stationed still in the jail cell?
I was stationed in the academy.
And where is the academy?
It's in Davie, Florida.
Is it at Broward College?
It's at Broward College.
After that, after 97, where did you go next in your career? Yes, sir.
July of 1998, I was assigned to the city of Tamarack as a patrol deputy.
Now, did you have to go back to the actual police academy for that, or how does it work when you become a detention deputy to a law enforcement, Department of Law Enforcement deputy?
There's 2 options. Option 1 is to reapply and you go to a full police academy. Option 2, which I took, was a cross certification. You applied to go to the academy, but as you applied, you basically go to school at night. So while I was a class advisor at Broward College, I attended night school to fulfill the requirements of becoming a law enforcement officer, which is additional legal classes, driving, shooting, and a few other like patrol procedures.
How long was those cross designation option 2? How long did that take you to fulfill?
4 hours per night for probably approximately 4 months.
Every night, 5 nights a week?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 20 hours a week for how many weeks?
Like 4 months.
Upon graduating from that, where were you assigned?
The city of Tamarack.
And in what capacity?
Road patrol.
And can you just explain what road patrol?
Basically, call for service. We all live in cities or in Broward County. So my main function was to report for service to you. Any call for service, from traffic accidents to the shooting to a robbery or burglary or petty theft. That's what my main responsibilities were.
And how long were you road patrol deputy in Tamarack?
I was a road patrol deputy for approximately 3 years.
And then after those 3 years, during those 3 years, did you take training?
Yes, I did.
Was that in-service training, the mandatory training?
Yes, mandatory in service.
Did you take standalone classes as well?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, did you teach any classes?
No, sir.
Okay. After the road patrol in Tamarack, where did you go next?
I went to from September 2001 to August of 2006.
What is the civil division?
Civil division is an offset of the Broward Sheriff's Office, such as the evictions, domestic violence orders, writ of bodily attachment, which is basically a child support pickup order, levies and replevins, which are court orders to seize property or ask for money based upon outstanding debt.
During those, that was five years you did that?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive training in regards to that?
Yes, sir.
So that's like a specialty, the civil division. is it
Correct.
not?
Yes.
Do you receive specialized training for that specialized unit?
At that particular time, yes, we did.
Okay, and what did that training encompass?
We had quarterly training. So one quarter may basically be firearms. The second quarter might be building tactics, which is going to a building, searching it properly. Another quarter may be self-defense, like defensive tactics, we call it, basically self-defense. And the fourth quarter might be something, a scenario base. That could be driving, could be anything else what they chose.
Okay, and are these trainings that you took every single year while you were in the civil division?
Correct.
Did you also do standalone trainings?
Yes.
Okay, approximately how many did you do standalone? You can ballpark it for me.
Maybe 2 or 3 a year based upon availability. And my assignment was very taxing, so I didn't have the opportunity to take any other
And by
classes.
taxing, did it take a lot of your time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you just said the standalone are based upon availability. Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by that?
There are approximately 1,600 sworn deputies for Broward County Sheriff's Office, and the average class is billed for 30 participants. And we all work various shifts and assignments. You put in for it, and based upon the shift and availability, you get selected.
So it's not, okay. After the civil department, civil process, whatever, where did you go next?
I left the agency for like 9 months. I was undercover in Albany, Georgia, working with the feds. I came back to Broward.
Was this a task force that you were on? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so were you kind of loaned out by BSO to the
No, I actually left BSO.
Okay.
I didn't want to be a cop anymore for some reason. It was kind of crazy. And I went to Albany, Georgia, and I got hired as a police officer. And immediately I was undercover. I was undercover in the academy. I was a college student undercover, working gangs, narcotics. And then the feds adopted a few cases, and I worked with them.
So you actually went to an academy again up in Albany, Georgia?
Yes, Tifton, Georgia.
Tifton, Georgia. How many hours was that?
It was 10 weeks.
After that, after Albany, Georgia.
I came back to Broward Sheriff's Office in October of 2007.
And in what?
I'm a deputy sheriff. I worked in unincorporated Broward, which is central Broward. Basically, the PSP is Broward and 27th Avenue, and I was patrol deputy there.
So road patrol, what you started out with before?
Correct.
Okay. How long did you do that for?
I was road patrol for probably 2 years because I was also a field training officer.
Let's slow down. During those 2 years, did you receive additional training?
Yes.
Okay. Was this the standard in-service mandated training?
Yes. It's service mandate for everyone. It's ongoing. It's consistent.
So in-service training, every single law enforcement deputy,
Yes.
no matter if they're a lieutenant colonel or if they're a rookie road patrol, they must take the same classes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, those 2 years, did you take any standalone classes?
Yes, I did.
Ballpark for me. How many classes would you say?
3 to 4 classes per year, based on the manpower. I worked in Central Broward, which is very fast-paced, one of the most violent areas to work, and scheduling.
Now, you also said you were an FTO.
Field training. I was a field training officer. Based upon my experience in the academy and years of service, I was chosen or selected to train other new incoming deputies on procedures and how to handle calls to service.
What's the difference between the training at the academy and the training offered by field training officers?
The academy, to layman's terms, is basically building the house frame, the foundation, and the exterior of the house. A field trained officer is the fine finishes, the furniture, the intricate parts of law enforcement, from investigative and putting things which you've learned in theory into practical use.
Can you explain to the juries, a deputy graduates from the academy, they are hired by Broward Sheriff's Office, they start working on the road. Is that when they were assigned a field training officer?
Yes.
So it's the freshest of the fresh, the rookies.
Correct.
And how long, for an individual deputy that you were their field training officer, how long did that last, that you were a particular deputy's field training officer?
At that particular time, it was 12 weeks. We were assigned a deputy, a training deputy for 4 weeks. They stay with us for phases. It's 3 phases. Each phase is 4 weeks. I'll take a deputy for 4 weeks and work on them on different procedures and policies in the Broward Sheriff's Office.
Thanks,
Now,
for
is
that.
this broken up that you're supposed to highlight certain things that are necessary to be a law enforcement officer, or is it just to get different perspectives from 3 different field training officers over the course of 12 weeks?
It's mapped out, like phase 1 is basically observation. Phase 2, they get more interactive. And phase 3, the deputy's supposed to be on their own. But working in Central Broward, it comes to you pretty fast. So your first day, you get involved in a shooting, a foot chase, a robbery, a rape. It's not that structured in that particular area.
And if a rookie is on their first day, they're faced with a burglary, is the field training officer that will help them, guide them through what to do, kind of like learn with their, feet to the fire, so to speak?
Right. They'll attach to the hip. You follow me, whatever I do, you do.
Field training officer, were you field training officer the full 2 years that you were there?
Yes.
Okay. So 12 weeks program, I'm not going to do the math, but you had quite a few new rookies that you were training.
Correct.
Okay. Did you take training classes to become a training officer?
Yes.
Okay. How long, how does that work?
I believe it was, I don't know if it's 40 or 80 hours. I know the curriculum has changed based upon Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission, but it could have been 40, it could have been 80, I don't know.
Okay, so either 1 week or 2 weeks of training that you received to become a field training officer.
Correct.
After your 2 years in Tamarack, where did you go next?
No, those 2 years I was in Central Broward.
I'm sorry, Central Broward, I apologize.
I went to, we call it the SET team, Selective Enforcement Team. So basically, I dealt with street-level crimes, narcotics, prostitution, robbery suspect, burglary suspects, and I did that for approximately almost 3 more years.
Were you a detective in the SET team?
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between a detective and a road patrol deputy?
A detective has more specialized training, and also their job function or purview responsibilities is different. They are there to solve crime or address certain issues, whether it's the district chief or district captain.
So is it accurate to say road patrol kind of responds to 911, driving around the street if they see something, whereas the detectives have more of an investigative role?
Correct.
To become a detective in the SET team, the Selective Enforcement Team, did you have to have additional training for that?
You do. You take basically class like narcotics identification, some investigative classes, criminal investigation. And in my case, it was very unique because I came from Albany, Georgia. I was basically on-the-job training. I worked with Feds, I was undercover, which is kind of an odd person to put in that unit. I already had the experience of dealing with different levels of crimes.
But with that said, you still had to take the training?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, while you were on the SET team, were you teaching any classes?
No, sir.
Okay. After the SET team, where did you go to next?
I got promoted August of 2012.
To what rank?
Sergeant.
Sergeant in what unit?
Patrol for Central Broward.
And how long were you a sergeant for patrol in Central Broward?
I was patrol sergeant from August 2012 to February of 2013.
Now, during that time frame, and it wasn't that long time, did you have additional training as well?
They give you new sergeant orientation, basically how to be a supervisor, line supervision, understanding how the dynamics of setting up your day, scheduling your people, understanding the dynamics of leadership, and addressing issues that come on as calls for service, responding to calls for service, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable.
After that spot, where did you go next?
I was transferred to training division.
And this was when? Were you transferred to
February of 2013.
What rank were you in February 2013 when you went to training?
Sergeant.
So you started off in training as a sergeant.
Correct.
How does a deputy become a sergeant? What's the process?
First of all, it's years of service. There's a cutoff. It might be 3 years or 5 years, but you study, you take some books, you study different books, and you basically take a leadership perspective as a field training officer, maybe the officer in charge. So I was responsible basically for handling calls to sergeant, like, hey, you know what, if you plan to get a sergeant, let's see how you perform as a sergeant. And you study, you may take a class called line supervision, and pretty much that's it.
Is there an exam associated with that as well?
Yes, it is. It's exam.
And you have to take the exam, you have to pass the exam to become a sergeant.
You take a written exam based upon policy, state statute, books on leadership. Once you've taken that class, that test, you're ranked the top 50 per se. After the top 50 selected, you go to an assessment board, which in turn gives you sit with an assessor or a camera, and they give you scenarios, critical incidents, employee problems, and just different issues. How would you proceed in your thought process of handling that particular problem?
If you pass that portion of it, you become a sergeant.
You're placed on a list for eligibility, and then you select a supervisor based upon the need of the agency.
Okay. Ultimately, you were placed on that list and you became.
That's correct.
Okay. Sergeant in training, what was your responsibilities as a sergeant in training?
My responsibilities was basically to coordinate training for 1,600 people at Broward County Sheriff's Office and Department of Law Enforcement. Being agent aside, we had phases. Like phase 1 was from January to April. Phase 2 is right from March to August, and phase 3 from probably September, December. And we pick a topic. It may be firearms for the first 4 months. Second topic may be driving. The third topic might be active killer or building tactics or self-defense, such as defensive tactics.
As a sergeant, you're coordinating this. Are you also coming up with the, let's call them lesson plans for training as well?
As a sergeant, your responsibility is to look over the lesson plans, add content, review of it, and most importantly, make sure it's best practices or vetted. You just can't, for instance, as a sergeant, I look at reference materials. If you're going to build a lesson plan, it has to have content to it. If one of my deputy trainers was to develop a lesson plan and put as a reference source Wikipedia, that's automatic. I'll strike through it. Wikipedia is not a better site. You can't use that. I want something that's been accredited or met by standards such as the Criminal Justice Standard Training Commission for the state of Florida or from another agency, something that's accredited that we could hold our hang our hat on with best practices.
So from February 2013 until what date were you the sergeant in training?
February of 2018. From February 2013 to February of 2018.
Okay, so in those 5 years, how many lesson plans would you say you reviewed?
Conservatively, let's do 6 to 8 per year times 5 years.
Okay. So somewhere between 35 to 40?
Correct.
Okay. Now, of those lesson plans, reviewing, you have to vet whether or not it's a meaningful and purposeful training, correct?
Yes.
Were there situations during those 5 years where you had the people that gave input into the lesson plans change it?
Yes.
How often did that occur?
From the you look at the top of the lesson plan, there's dates. You could put right date because it may be a case law or practice that comes out in January of 2023, but by March, a case law has been changed or some update.
There, it's your what's being taught is the most up-to-date information.
Correct.
And the lesson plans that you review, that you approve, you actually have to sign on, right?
Yes, I have to review it and place my initials on it with the date.
And why is that?
To verify that I actually looked at it.
Okay.
And the next level of the lieutenant that comes after me, they want to validate that I actually looked at this plan, went over this plan, made sure it was almost up to the final product, 95% completed or better.
Now, you basically just explained it, but can you, part of it, can you explain the approval process of a particular as it start until upon completion where
a lesson plan starts with a topic. The deputy picks a topic, they follow a structure, plan together, I review it. During the review process, I may make changes, amendments, it gets approved, I sign up the approval. The next step, it goes to the operational lieutenant, next rank up above me. He looks at it, review it, next rank above, and the final say so is the director. At that time, it was Major Schultz.
So after you review a Major Schultz, that's where
He's a final approval.
Final. Okay. After February of 2018, where did you go?
I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, and I was assigned to the city of Pompano Beach as a shift commander.
What's a shift?
I was responsible basically for 26 deputies and 4 sergeants on midnights patrolling the city of Pompano, the east side and the west side.
I want to go back to one question I forgot to ask. February 2013 to February 2018, while you were in the sergeant in training, did you also have to take training classes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just explain that?
I took a lot of classes. For instance, one of the most important classes I believe I took was in force science, understanding the dynamics of shooting and officers' response to stimuli during different events. I also took a lot of classes on use of force. The majority of law enforcement encounters is use of force, and how can we handle situations, the best practices for handling situations or critical incidents, per se.
Can you just explain what use of force is?
Use of force, it's more like a matrix, what I'd say, of steps. We have steps. Different response, a subject or a suspect, they provide some type of resistance. A law enforcement officer has to respond to that resistance at a certain level, and it has to be reasonable, necessary and reasonable. For instance, if a person was shoplifting and a deputy went in there and the person stole something right outside, they're fleeing, you tackle them. You might have to tackle them. If the person gives resistance, like throwing a punch at the officer could respond with a punch or a taser or baton or pepper spray. If the person is sat right there, they have no level of resistance, we just walk up there, put up handcuffs on. There's different levels, different response levels. And it's mandated by case law, Grant versus Connor. It's in Florida State statute, it's in the Broward County Sheriff's policy.
Use of force, is this something you also taught during your tenure?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
For all 5 years in the training division.
Okay. So you not only approved other lessons plans, but you actually trained officers yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What classes did you train? Did you teach?
I basically taught the use of force classes, 64 classes. That's what it took to get the whole entire agency through use of force every single year.
64 individual
classes
okay.
with 30 to 32 participants.
Did you take classes outside of Broward Sheriff's Office for your role as the sergeant in training?
Yes. Like I mentioned before, the force science class. There's other supervisory classes I took. You take, for instance, also managing critical incidents.
And these are external from the academy over in Davie. These could be throughout the state or throughout the
It could be vendors, yes. You have subject matter experts from different agencies or maybe from the college. You just take the classes and you get the content and you formulate it into a lesson plan to be taught at the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
Now, we're going back to Pompano in 2018, shift commander. How long were you there?
I was at Pompano for 1 year.
1 year. During that 1 year, did you continue to take classes?
Yes, I did.
Did you continue to teach classes?
No.
Okay. As a shift commander, how does that differ from field training officer in terms of hands-on teaching the rookies or the new people what to do?
It's not formalized training, it's more structured oversight. You're a mentor or leader to the sergeants. There's deputy level and there's sergeants. And your job is to facilitate resources and guidance in handling different situations from a supervisory perspective.
After that 1 year, Pompano, where'd you go?
I was promoted to the rank of captain in 2019, March of 2019, to train division.
So you were the captain in training in 2019.
Correct.
How long did you stay as the captain in training?
March 2019 to March 2021.
Okay, so for 2 years you were the captain. Could you explain to the jury what's the difference between, well, your new responsibilities as a captain? What did those entail in the training?
My responsibility was oversight of the training division. In layman's terms, I was the assistant director of the training division. And again, if we dial back to when I said in the approval process, I was basically the second signature for final approval of lesson plans, topics being picked, training for the agency as a whole. My purview expanded. I was no longer responsible for the Department of Law Enforcement. I was also responsible for the Department of Detention and civilian training. And any piece of paper, we have a form called TG7. It's a training request form. Every piece of paper that any person that wanted training for the agency, I was responsible for approval, denial on it for all 5,600 employees if it came through that particular office.
You just explained law enforcement, detention deputies, and civilians.
Correct.
What would the civilians entail?
They will take career advancement or proficiency courses,
Say it again.
career advancement or proficiency courses.
What would their job titles typically be?
Administrative assistant, community service aide, civil processor.
So even the civilians receive training
Correct.
with Broward Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
You were captain there for 2 years. During those 2 years, how many lesson plans did you have to approve or review?
Now it's like 50 to 60 a year because it expanded. It's no longer law enforcement. I also see the correction curriculum or lesson plans. And in addition to that, I see the curriculum for the civilians. And in addition to that, now I'm thinking about it, the Guardian program. I was responsible for the Guardian program, oversight of the Guardian program, how that's ran for the Broward Sheriff's Office, and the cadets, the police cadets, and correctional cadets at Broward College also.
So at this point in time, when you were training, let's just say as a sergeant, you had to train 1,600 officers, deputies. Now as your role as the captain, can you estimate how many people you were basically in charge of training?
On the sworn side, 1,600 law enforcement, 1,000 Department of Detention, and probably civilians look different because we restructured the agency. It may be 100, maybe 800, depending what request for training that particular year.
Understood. During the time as your captain of the training unit from 2019 to 2021, were there situations where you, let's just use the word kickback training, that it needed to be more structured or it needed something else added to a particular lesson plan?
Yes,
How often would you say that happened?
honestly, monthly.
Okay.
Because I believe, and excuse my words, the devil's in the details. If you can explain it to me, if it's not quantifiable, and the reason I say quantifiable, training has to be quantifiable and measurable. And what do I mean by that exactly in layman terms? If we teach you a skill, we have to measure it. If I tell you to do a track stop, I want it measurable. Like we actually taught this particular curriculum, we observed you do it correctly. So I dug down to the details. And the reason behind that is reliability.
After your tenure as the captain in training until 2021, where was your next unit?
I was promoted to major of the training unit from
I'm sorry, when?
March of 2021 to March of 2023.
So for those 2 years as a major of the training unit, what were your responsibilities?
Oversight of the training division, of course, building security, the public safety building at Broward and 27th Avenue, and the reserve unit, reserve deputy unit.
In regards to the training aspect of it, as the major, you're the boss over the training.
Final say so.
You're the final signature on those lines.
Yes.
On the lesson plans.
On the lesson
sorry,
plans.
I'm sorry. Were there situations during those 2 years as the major that you saw lesson plans that you thought needed to be more in depth or something along
Yes,
those lines? How often would you say that happens as a major?
It was rare now because the captain basically was handling my particular position, my previous position.
I'm going to ask you a general question here, ballpark. But during the course of your career, from the time that you were a detention deputy in the academy to the time, or yes, I have one more question. After 2023, was it March of 2023? Where did you get promoted to?
My current position right now is Lieutenant Colonel, Patrol Services.
So you're in charge of all of the patrol services?
Yes, sir.
And as a lieutenant colonel, are you still partaking in training?
I do. I teach new sergeant orientation, new lieutenant's orientation. So basic leadership. What's expected of you as a leader, as a supervisor?
So now here's the ballpark question. During your career, from the very beginning to up until, say, today, how many hours would you ballpark that you took training? Not the teacher, but took training. How many hours?
That's a tough one. Per se, let's say, for instance, of a minimum 40 hours per year times
Say it again.
40 hours per year times, let's say 30 years.
Okay. Plus the standalone classes.
Correct.
Plus the time in Albany, Georgia.
Correct.
Plus the academy for become a detention deputy.
And cross-serve, yes.
And cross certification. Okay. In terms of classes that you taught, instead of hours, let's put it this way. During the course of your entire career, how many classes have you taught? Let's start with by topic. How many classes would you estimate you taught?
Use of force, probably 350 to 400 classes. Active killer, probably, I was here all the time, 60 times, 5 years.
So 300 times
yes.
active killer.
Yeah. So 300 is a good going number from sergeant. That's the bulk of my teaching.
Okay.
As a lieutenant, captain, or major, it probably dwindled down to 3 or 4 classes per year.
In terms of reviewing or approving lesson plans, ballpark it, the entire time that you were in a supervisor role in the training unit, how many lesson plans did you review and or approve?
Conservatively, probably 200, 250, depending on the topic. Because another component of a lesson plan, after 2 years, you need to review it. It might become stale. After 4 years, it's archived.
Your Honor, maybe just approach sidebar for briefly. Sure.
That's a good point, Shelley. I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about that, Shelley. That's a very good point. Got in high level, not as much experience, maybe. But he's got all the, you know, maybe he's got all the gear, no idea. I don't know, but he's got all the qualifications. Um, so whoever's here, please say hello in chat. I'm getting tired now. So keep the chat going. Shelley's the wisdom of everything.
Been entered into evidence as
Any questions, ask in chat.
and Your Honor, we can show this. No. Lower. No. Oh, this. The other one. There we go. I think that's Lieutenant Colonel, I know you can see this on your screen.
Yes.
Better. Do you recognize this?
That's called a TCR. I'm sorry, it's a historical training of a deputy.
Okay, please.
I didn't hear that.
Historical training of a deputy.
And Your Honor, if it's working, can I please find it as well?
Yes.
I can just do it. Fine.
Sure. Let them do the same thing. Now we're getting
It's fine, Your Honor.
We take that off.
Lieutenant Colonel, I'm going to just point. You recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Does every deputy have something similar that shows all of the training that they've taken?
Yes.
Okay. Zooming. Just looking at the first line. Do you see who this training is for?
Yes.
Who is it for?
Scot Peterson.
Okay. Now, looking at the second page, all the way at the bottom, do you see the date that it starts?
Yes.
Can you read that out, please?
3/29/1999.
Okay. Is there a reason why these documents only show training starting in 99, not predating that?
It's based upon a system called PeopleSoft. Broward Sheriff's Office from the PeopleSoft in 1999, prior to whatever record-keeping device they had or
So-
platform they had.
So in 99, they started implementing a computerized system to document.
PeopleSoft, correct.
Got it. Okay. Now I'm going to start earlier. And if I could draw your attention to 109. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that? What's just numbered 109? What was that in?
Tactical pistol.
What is tactical pistol?
Tactical pistol is a course where it's development of fundamentals of handgun shooting, using a handgun. Stance, breathing, grip, trigger control, focusing on a sight or a target, understanding dynamic of shooting, such as your breathing. Sometimes when you shoot, you get locked in, or I would say overfocused, like tunnel vision. So you control the breathing. It's called tactical breathing. You breathe and you scan to tune out tunnel vision or just getting too fixated on the target.
Is this a class that is typically taken by deputies?
Yes.
Now, is that a mandatory in-service training?
That particular course is a standalone course. Voluntary.
Volunteer. Okay. Now looking at 97. Do you see 97?
Yes.
And what class is that in?
Tactical pistol.
Is that the same what you were just testified to?
Yes, or it might be updated. Same concept, but the curriculum might be updated with different drills or tactics.
Going back to 109, I apologize. Do you see the date which this class was taken?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see that?
Yes.
What date is that?
12/12/2003.
And then going to 97. Put it on one page. Going back to 97, tactical pistol. Do you see the date that was taken?
9/15/2006.
Now looking at 94. Do you You see 94?
Yes.
What class is that?
Active shooter.
And when was that taken?
4/4/2007.
This is the active shooter training that you ultimately were responsible for teaching.
Correct.
300 times, give or take?
60 classes.
60 classes, I thought. Okay. Now looking at 85, do you see that?
Yes.
Great officer training, what is that?
Great. It's a program for gang teaching students for gangs. It's specifically for school resource officers for their particular job responsibilities. It's not something a regular patrol officer would take.
So it's job specific for school resource
Correct.
officers. Now looking at 82, you see that?
Yes.
You see what it is?
Yes.
What does that say?
Florida Association of School Resource Officers Training Conference.
And that is what?
7/20/2008.
That particular training, is that conducted by BSO?
No.
Okay, so that's a standalone.
External.
External, another part of the state or another part of the country.
Yes.
Is that a class typically taken by school resource officers?
Correct.
Is it exclusively for school resource officers?
Yes.
Looking at the next one, 81. What is that?
Firearms qualification.
And what date was that taken?
8/27/2006.
What is that class?
It's not a class, it's a qualification course. It's mandated by the Criminal Justice Standard Training Commission, State of Florida, FDLE. So every law enforcement officer in the state of Florida is mandated to take this course. And it's basically to show that you're proficient using a firearm. It's a 40-round course. You have 3 attempts to get to pass. If you don't pass, we remediate you.
What does that mean, remediate?
We give you additional training to make you get to the level of proficiency to pass this course.
Now that's, of course, every officer has to take.
Must,
Must.
every rank.
Now we're looking at 76. Once again, you see it?
Yes.
What does that say?
Firearm qualification.
And which date?
I'm seeing half, 10/12/2009.
Okay, same thing, firearms qualification.
Yes, standard.
Standard. Now looking at the other page, page 1 and 2. Do you see 67?
It's blurry. I see it.
Oh, it's blurry. Oh, that's right. As good as we're gonna get, I think. Do you see 67?
Yes.
Okay, can you read that?
Florida Association of School Resource Officers Training Conference, 7/25/2010 to 7/30/2010.
That's the same class that you were just describing. That's not
It's job specific.
job specific to the school resource
Correct.
officers. 65. Scot Peterson, just to streamline this, I'll read a tactical pistol taken on 5/9/2010. Is that the same tactical pistol that you described before?
Yes.
You earlier took? Looking now at 56. Scot Peterson, the Florida Association of School Resource Officers Training Conference, 17/11, same as before, the same conference.
Same conference, yes.
Looking now at 47. Scot Peterson, which one is that?
Active shooter,
What date was this taken?
August 16, 2012.
Now looking at the next one, 45. Do you see it?
Yes,
Okay. Scot Peterson, DLE in service phase 1.
right.
Is that a class that every deputy must take?
It's mandatory in service, phase 1,
Okay. And do you see what date it was taken?
4/9/2013.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what's also part of composite 13 for the state. Do you have to zoom out on this? Can you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see DLE in service phase 1?
correct,
2013 active shooter incident analysis.
correct.
So is this the lesson plan for that particular class?
Yes,
Okay. Now, looking at the 3rd page. Is that you?
yes.
Okay. And what are these numbers after it?
That's the lieutenant signing on my behalf.
Okay. So as you explained before, this process of submitted by, reviewed by an ICJS director, those are the people that have to actually sign off on
Right.
this lesson plan.
Correct.
So that means you signed off on this lesson.
It mean I sent it up and my lieutenant initial, JM 9407. That's
Now looking at this particular lesson plan. Part 2. Well, let me ask you a question. Is this typically what a lesson plan would look like on paper?
yes.
Okay, how is this is this given to the actual trainers themselves to conduct their training based upon this?
Yes, this stick to, it's like, it's a script.
Script, got it. So every officer receives the same training that took this DLE-1 2013 active shooter training?
Yes, the trainer facilitated the training, and then we follow up with a training completion form report.
Okay. Now, it says directives on this right side. Do you see that?
Yes.
Slide 1, slide 2, slide 3. Is this like a kind of like a PowerPoint
Correct.
presentation?
Yes.
Go down, please. Certainly. In terms of the actual lessons, does it work that there's a classroom portion of it and then a real world?
A practical.
Practical. Did that occur in this place?
In this particular course, it's an overview, it's an analysis. It was probably at the range, because Zach Scott used to work for me. So it's an analysis, an overview of what occurs with an active killer.
So it's more of a classroom type thing.
Informational.
Got it. Looking at slide 4, do you see what it says there?
Participants.
Well, there's the whole line right there.
Yes.
What does it say?
Inform participant that all 3 cases, suspects either kill themselves or surrender when they perceive law enforcement contact was imminent.
Is that something taught, that during an active shooter, you want law enforcement to be present as immediate as possible?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, active killers are focused on soft targets, which means a school, a church, an airport, a mosque. And the reason why is most attendees are not carrying weapons or law enforcement or trained to defend themselves. That's the perception. When they're focused on these targets, if a law enforcement just enters a room, the presence of a uniform disrupts something called the OODA loop, which is a military term that we use for firefighter, the
Can you
plane
please
fighters.
spell that for the recorder?
OODA loop?
Yes.
It's OOTA and loop. It's an abbreviation. OODA loop.
Okay, can you please explain what OODA loop is?
So the first O is observation. Like for instance, you guys are observing the monitor, okay? The second thing you do is called orientation. You're looking at the monitor and you're reading these lines as the SAO is bringing your attention to it. The D is direct, like you're gonna direct something, you're gonna take an action. So your focus now is on the screen, reading line by line. And the last part is A, action. You're processing the information as he's saying it. He's telling you, he's giving you a number, you're processing, you're looking at it. Okay, yes, I'm looking at the screen. He's going line by line. What am I reading to you? You're processing and you're acting upon it. You're giving a conscious thought to it. Well, an active killer, they choose a soft target. They can't defend themselves. Kids, a church, a mall, wherever it may be. They're coming there armed to take as many lives in a very short period of time, maybe a minute, 2 minutes max. Law enforcement presence disrupts that thought process because their primary objective is to take lives, not engage in a gunfight or confront law enforcement.
Now looking at the bottom of the screen where it says slide 5. This portion here.
Okay.
You see where that line right there, can you please read that?
Explain that being able to prevent such incidents is near impossible. True mission lies in minimizing the damage a shooter can do.
Does that go part and parcel with what you were just saying, that speed, that timing matters, that to get there as quickly as possible?
Yes, time's of the essence. The shorter time period, the less casualties, the less victims we have.
And then the line below that.
Identify the formula that more time a shooter has, the more victims he can kill. Our top priority is to stop the killing by any possible means.
Once again, is this in order to, the time is of the essence?
Yes.
To respond immediately?
Yes.
This next one, slide, what's categorized as slide 6. Can you please read that?
Although neutralizing the suspects will end the threat, if there are faster alternatives that will get the suspect to stop killing victims, such as forcing him to barricade himself or flee the area, these need to be considered as primary responses.
What is that?
To engage an active shooter doesn't necessarily mean to take him out or neutralize the target. It's to disrupt him, make him force an outcome, flee, barricade, surrender. By you doing that as an officer, basically you're mitigating the loss of life.
Going down to where I guess it says slide 8 and then video, Carolyn Judger 2013. What does the top line say there?
Explain the potential delay in someone failing to take charge during a critical incident.
And then the next line there.
Explain the importance of the SRD position in schools.
And is that for layout purposes because the school resource officers are familiar with the setting?
Yes.
And down here, location information, is that what that means?
Yes.
Last page under slide 12. Can you completed that, please?
Yeah, discuss a crucial time delay of waiting for the perfect four-man team and the possibility of considering a team of 3, 2, or single officer response.
So single officer was a was a possibility even back when this lesson plan was created back in 2013.
That's correct.
Now going back to this sheet, which I'll have to zoom in on. Looking at 37, Scot Peterson, Florida Association of School Resource Officers Training Conference, 7/2014. That's the same conference that we discussed earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at 36, Scot Peterson, what is that?
Patrol rifle refresher.
And when was that completed?
I can't see.
Oh, sorry.
7/30 of 2014.
What is a patrol rifle refresher?
Patrol rifle refresher is actually, it says, a refresher course. Deputies are issued a basic patrol rifle, the fundamentals of firing a long gun. And annually, as part of our in-service refresher training, they have to show proficiency in operating this platform, this weapon platform, which is a long gun, a rifle.
Now, in order to take this class, is it that you've been issued a long rifle?
Yes.
So it's safe to say that by, I'm sorry, I lost. That by 7/30 of 2014, Mr. Peterson was issued a long rifle.
Yes.
Now I'm going to go back to a lesson plan. Zoom out. Do you see this lesson plan there?
Yes.
What is that?
DLE in service 2015 combat lifesaver.
So DLE in service, once again, means everybody must take it.
It's mandatory, yes.
And what is combat lifesaver? What does that mean?
Combat lifesaver is a fancy term for hasty field medicine. And the concept came from military. How can we mitigate the loss of life by using tactics in the field, such as tourniquets or chest seals? So basically, wounds caused by gunshot wound trauma.
And why is that of importance for in terms of training for a school resource officer?
This training is very important based on the fact of the likelihood of a school resource officer, based on the training times of active killer occurring in school, is to mitigate the loss of life.
And is this training to stop bleeding as soon as possible?
Yes, stop the bleeding.
Based upon training experience, in order to stop the bleeding, you have to go to the victim.
You have to administer aid to the victim.
Just one last thing on this. Do you see your name there?
Yes,
Reviewed by?
yes,
So that means you signed off on this.
Right.
DLE in service 2015 combat lifesaver.
yes.
Now going back to the sheet, which I'll have to zoom in on. Number 3. You see that?
Yes.
Scot Peterson, handgun class.
In service.
What does that mean?
It was a forward block on the fundamentals of operating your handgun, your pistol, on shooting dynamics.
Do you recall how long that class is?
If I saw the lesson plan, keep going. Which line is it? I can't see.
I'm sorry. 30.
4 hours.
And that was on what date?
7/14 of 2015.
I'm going to 28. Do you see that?
Yes,
Scot Peterson, patrol rifle refresher, 10, 5, and 15. Is that the same patrol rifle refresher course that you described to the jury?
yes,
Number 25. Do you see that?
yes.
Scot Peterson, rescue task force in service, 4/19 of 16. What is rescue task force?
Rescue task force is a new concept at that time. Traditionally, an active shooter or a mass shooting, law enforcement arrive on scene, fire rescue stages. To be forward-thinking, the Broward Sheriff's Office, in partnership with the fire rescue department, implement a practice rescue task force. Basically, fire rescue is going to wear soft body armor or full body armor and be escorted law enforcement into the warm zone of an active shooter, which a warm zone meaning that the threat has left, but there's casualties there, there's victims there that needs to be treated and extricated from the building or the venue.
Now I want to show you part of States 13. Zoom out. Is this the lesson plan for the rescue task force?
Yes,
Who's the course coordinator?
I am.
Now, 3. You also reviewed it?
Yes,
What date is that?
8/10/16.
Okay. Now looking at page 4. You see where it says contact team?
Yes.
What, can you please read that?
It's first one scene, 1 to 4 deputies. They will be actively engaged securing or searching for the suspect. Hot zone.
So back when this class was given in 2016, it was also thought of that one deputy may actively engage or search for the shooter.
Correct.
And rescue task force, in terms of the extraction team, what's the difference between the contact team and the extraction team?
The contact team is the first 1 to 4 deputies or officer on scene. Your job is basically to search and find the killer, disrupt their mindset, mitigate the loss of life. The extraction team is the second wave of law enforcement prior to fire rescue entering the facility, the building, the venue, to start implementing combat lifesaver, field medicine, fast, hasty field medicine to mitigate the loss of life injury.
And does that kind of combine with the combat lifesaver training that we just mentioned?
Yes.
Now looking at the next page. Hot zone, warm zone, cold zone. Can you please just describe that? I know you briefly started to get into it, but just explain it to the jury.
The hot zone is active. The shots being fired, you're seeing the killer actually doing the worst, the carnage. The warm zone is a lull after. The suspect has left the area, but there's still casual there. There's still a threat, possible of a threat, the second person, possible. And the cold zone is where there's no threat at all.
So when you say possible warm zone, what exactly, and I know you, but can you just expand on that?
Possibility is, in law enforcement, we have the concept of +1. There may be 1 shooter, maybe 2 shooters. Therefore, in the warm zone, initially the extraction team will present itself, security area, and then the rescue task force will enter.
Does the +1, the fact that there might be another
Assailant, yes.
or another, and +1 also applies if they have 1 gun, they may have a second gun.
Correct.
Does the +1 in regard to an active shooter mean that a first deputy on scene doesn't need to go?
No, it doesn't mean that.
What does the +1 mean then?
It's a potential shooter, another shooter. And if you hear gunshots, you got to go towards it. It means people are being executed.
Now that same day, looking at this, so the RTF, I'm sorry, rescue task force that you just explained was conducted on
419 too.
and it took 4 hours. You see directly above that,
Active shooter,
which is number 24,
yes.
active shooter completed 4 hours on, is that the same day as the RTF?
Yes.
Okay. Zoom out here. Now, what exactly are we looking at here?
It's called a TCR, a training completion report. It's a report of the attendees, who was there as instructors, what course was taught, how many hours it was, and it has an association to a lesson being taught that particular day.
Now, do you see right here where it says course coordinator?
Yes,
Who's that?
that's myself.
Okay. Location, stockade. What's the stockade?
The stockade is an older jail on Commercial and Power Line, 5400 Northwest 9th Ave, City of Fort Lauderdale, that is no longer being used to house inmates, that we have temporarily converted into a training venue.
Is this indoors?
Yes.
And what, the stockade, what is this used to compare to? What kind of building is in the real world?
Well, the way the stockade is structured, it's called E&F building. It's open bay. So basically, it's the equivalent of a school cafeteria, but for inmates. There's metal tables, there's bunks. So we simulate when we do drills on one particular drill that it's a cafeteria and there's an active shooter occurring and an officer, maybe 1 or 4, responding to that stimuli and addressing the situation.
Do you actually remember this
Yes.
class?
Yes.
You just were explaining cafeteria situation. We'll get into this scenario that
Okay.
in a minute, but you can visualize, you remember this.
Yes.
That's your name down there?
Yes.
Now, looking at, this is the lesson, oh, sorry. This is the lesson plan associated with it,
Yes.
signed off by you?
Yes.
Now, looking at the lesson plan, see where it says this?
Yes.
What are the priorities of life?
Correct.
What are the priorities of life?
The first priority is hostages or victims. The second is innocent bystanders. The police. The third is police or / deputies. And the last is suspects.
What does that mean, though, priority?
Priority of life. Our first objective is to mitigate the loss of lives for the hostages or innocents. That's our first priority. Second is bystanders, and then third would be us, and last is the suspect. So in the terms of rendering aid, if the suspect's bleeding out and I had a victim there, the victim gets first medical aid. That's priority.
And that's the priority.
Yes.
Looking down a little bit further on this, it says, where do active shooters take place? What is the first one?
Schools,
And why was that added to this lesson?
traditionally, one of the most known active killer shooting was in Columbine. And that changed the whole way law enforcement approached active shooter training. It was kids. Unfortunately, law enforcement waited for other deputies or officers to show up, and a lot of lives were lost. So it changed the whole concept of how we respond in law enforcement to any active shooter.
And Columbine happened on April 20th, 1989?
Get a date? I'm not sure how to send a date, sir.
Okay. Did it happen in 99? Do you
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that what happened in Columbine changed the way law enforcement will respond to active shooters?
Correct.
In what way specifically?
You no longer wait for a team. You cannot. Every gunshot is a victim. And as you're hearing it, that's live intelligence. You have to do something, make a decision. And your decision, just mere presence, is going to disrupt, like I said, that person, that shooter is so fixated on the soft targets. Your job as law enforcement, the mere presence, is to disrupt their mindset and change their game plan.
Does that mean to go towards the sound of gunshots?
Yes.
Does that mean you must know precisely where the gunshot is coming from?
No, that's not. You search, you go into hunting mode. Every shot you hear is intel. And as gunshots are being fired, there's certain things that happen. The smell, you'll see casings. You may see trails of blood. You may see people fleeing the area from a particular direction. Those are all things we play into our senses to respond to that stimuli, which we try to replicate when we did training in Stockade.
And how did you try to replicate that?
We set a scenario of active shooter in a classroom or a cafeteria, shooting people making threats. We shoot blanks, simulate blanks. The deputy participant shows up. They gather what's going on. They see the scenario unfolding, and they have to respond.
So you're actually shooting off rounds, blanks, but rounds inside of the building.
Yes.
Do you also have actors or other employees running out?
Right. So you have the victims, you have the active shooter, and you have bystanders, like other deputies running out, screaming for sensory overload to give you, like, basically simulate if that happened in real life, what's going to occur. People's going to be fleeing from the scene. People are going to be victims. The shooter may or may not be continuing shooting, but how to address the situation as it unfolds from you. And they're going to point, like you say, where you're going. They're probably going to point from a general direction. They might give verbal. They might give you an eye look. They might have wounds. Maybe trace of blood. There might be casing, smoke. But basically, it's all the breadcrumbs leading to that scene. Like, what can I do? Where is the intel coming from? And you just process it.
Now, you use the phrase sensory overload. Is the purpose of training to try to counteract that as much as possible?
Yes.
And in what way?
You try to replicate it. So when that day comes, you respond. It's, for instance, static drills, where you stand and shoot a target is of no use to law enforcement. Law enforcement has evolved into using scenario-based training, such as active shooters or in traffic stop interaction. This may happen. So it basically gets you, like, if this occurs, I know how to respond. The more repetition you have, the better you respond when faced with that stimuli.
Are TI simulators or FAT simulators also utilized in training?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what those are?
FATs are basically interactive projection. And an officer may see someone pull a gun or respond a certain way, and you have a firearm, taser, mostly a firearm, to respond to that stimuli. So you draw your firearm to shoot or don't shoot for judgmental shooting, and you engage a threat or you don't engage a threat. It can be used for de-escalation, or it can be used for addressing a threat. But that's just one form. The best form is scenario-based because there's live interaction. And when we do live interaction, there's actually scripts. We brief the role players. This is what you can do exactly.
Just going back to the FATs, just explain to the jury. Can you just explain the layout of the room that this is done in?
It might be a classroom, a projection screen. There's like 2 X's on the ground where you stand. The camera tracks you. There's a deputy or trainer behind you playing the scenario out that's been pre-recorded, and then you respond to it, whatever scenario you get. And they could be manipulated based upon the software.
So you have your gun belt on. Can you just please stand up and show the gun belt? So you have a gun belt on, but you have likened to a firearm, but it's
Right.
It's like almost like a laser gun.
It's a laser. It's a gun. Shapes the gun. You pull the trigger, a light emits, and you register the shot on the screen, basically.
So it's a simulator.
Correct.
Okay, but scenario-based is real people.
Real
It's not a simulator. It's not a screen with actors.
Correct. It's interaction.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to press pause real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a quick restroom break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony until we return to the trial. I'll tell you when that is. If you leave the notepads in the chairs and step in the back for me for one moment, I will be right back with you. Thank you.
I agree, a fraud.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. Real quick 5-minute restroom break. Sir, if you'd like to step down, you may do so. If you want to stay here, you can stay here. But
He's got A's for everything, all his stars. But
Okay, I'm gonna go back on the record. This is State versus Scot Peterson, 1971-66 C out of 10A. I continue to have Mr. Owens, Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Clean present for the state. I continue to have Mr. Igosh present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. The witness remains on the witness stand. State, anything you need me to address before we resume your direct examination? Defense, anything you need me to address? Okay, please bring the jury back in.
yeah, it's easy enough to do training and blanks and stuff, but have you actually been in there and did it yourself? It's easy enough to train. Real life is different to training. People freeze. You don't know how you're going to react in a moment. You two know that more than anybody.
Mr. Killen, do you want me to try to reset the annotator? I think you could. Ian showed me one trick, so.
I messaged Amy because she's not here, so just wondered if she's okay. Because normally she's in chat. Hopefully she's okay.
So he's not able to circle anything, just so I know? It's just when I hit that same annotator button, that's when we're getting the flash and half the screen. All right, so we're fingerprinting, all fingerprint.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back at those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our quick restroom break, we were in the middle of the direct examination of the witness. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath. We're going to resume at that point. Mr. Killen, when you are ready, you may proceed. Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel, going to the next page of the active shooter from April 2016. I want to focus on this portion here, where it says there are 3 desired outcomes for an active shooter. Can you just please explain what this means?
First option is to force the suspect to surrender. Second is to force the subject into a barricade situation, such as SWAT will handle the situation since they are both the tools and tactics. And the third is to incapacitate the suspect by shooting him, stopping the threat, or the suspect shoots himself.
Do all 3 of these desired outcomes require action on the part of law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
Looking at the next page, focusing down here. Can you please read this?
Majority of incidents were over in minutes. There is a need to get there fast.
Why?
Time is the essence. The longer you allow the shooter to stay active, the more lives will be lost. Therefore, responding as law enforcement, your mere presence will force one of the 3 outcomes.
Going forward a few pages. This portion up here. What is a single deputy response? Why is that a consideration, a single deputy response?
Most active shooters, when it occurred, sometimes the first deputy on scene or officer on scene, you are the initial person to engage the threat. Your backup may be miles away or preoccupied with something else. So again, time's the essence. If you were to wait, as our predecessors did in Columbine, there's going to be a lot more lives being lost.
So in this portion here, if you could just please read that.
If you're in a scene or in the area and you hear gunshots, you should immediately assess what you have and prepare to respond. Remember, every time you hear a gunshot in an active shooter incident, you have to believe that's another victim being killed.
Now, do you see any language in this lesson plan, in that portion, or frankly, any portion that says you must precisely know where the active shooter is?
There's no such thing, sir.
What do you mean there's no such thing?
You can never actually pinpoint. You go into the intel and you're using all your sensors. If you sat there to get a perfect picture at a perfect time, it may 2 or 3 minutes may elapse. Now you get a lot more problems. You got a lot more victims sitting there dying, bleeding out or dying in front of you.
And does that kind of go in with what it says down here? You can please read that one here.
Use your senses to gain a better perspective of the event, move with speed, and be decisive.
Is that what you were just telling the jury about?
Yes.
Going forward a few pages. this portion, practice scenarios. You
Okay,
said,
yes.
what is a practice scenario?
It's a walk through the scenario. We kind of brief the participants. This is what's going to happen. You give an overview. First of all, you give the PowerPoint, you give the lecture. This is what we expect of you. Then we walk you through so you won't go into it completely cold, like this is certain things going to happen. We don't give you all the ingredients of the cake or of the scenario, but a general idea. For instance, you're going to walk in this courtroom, you're going to have a seat, and then court is going to begin. I gave you the pre-knowledge of sitting down, walking in, and what to expect. Testimony from a witness, cross-examining, examining from the attorneys. I'm prepping you, but I'm not going to tell you exactly what's going to transpire throughout the whole entire court process.
And to kind of highlight what you were saying before, you utilize exercises during this training, correct?
Yes.
Exercise 2, what is that labeled?
That was basically a practice for one deputy, solo response.
What was the scenario? What was the exercise?
In the stockade, there's this huge building. There's an exterior door. I'm trying to set the stage. The trainer standing outside the door. Matter of fact, if I could turn, this door behind me leads into a hallway. A trainer's going to stand right in front of the door. You're going to hear gunshots. I'm going to say, you, get in there and do something. As you go in, it's going to be sensory overload. You're going to see casings on the floor. You may hear shots being fired. As you look, you may see you'll see victims on the ground, or we have mannequins, and you'll see an active shooter either commencing the shooting, dropping the gun, or holding a gun. And you have to respond based upon the stimuli you see at that particular moment.
This scenario, this exercise, was either created by or approved by you.
Yes.
Now, in the stockade, it's an enclosed area. When the gunshots go off, is there like a reverberation?
Yes.
Is there like an echo?
Huge echo.
Huge echo. So as part of this training to account for your words, huge echo.
Yes.
Get used to that. Is that part of the sensory overload?
That's it's a stimuli. Basically, to mimic as best as we can a open area, an airport, a courthouse, a school, a hospital. That you're going to hear gunshots. It's going to be echoing, but you can't just use one of your senses. You just can't use hearing, sight, smell.
Now looking at the last pages here. Do you see the sheet?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a sign-in sheet.
Is that used in training?
Yes. For every course, you sign in.
And you see whose name is under number 1?
Yes.
Who is that?
Scot Peterson.
Does the information from that sign-in sheet then input it onto the sheet?
Yes. The training completion form, the TCR you guys saw earlier with the instructors, the course, and the sign sheet goes into a folder with evaluations. It's then signed off by the sergeant, the lieutenant, the captain or major. Then it's given to one of our training specialists who inputs that information into the deputy's profile to provide record of the training being completed.
Now going back to this sheet here. A little bit. Looking at 22. Scot Peterson, handgun class in service, completed 5/13 of 15. Is that the same class that you testified to earlier?
Handgun class, yes.
Now looking at number 11. Scot Peterson, school resource deputy, range refresher, completed 8/16 of 17.
I'll take your word on that. I can see the dates.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
You see it now?
Yes.
Okay. What is that class?
A specific qualifications or handgun class for school resource officers.
Why is that important? Just for school resource officers?
It was additional training and help them to manipulate based upon shooting drills specific to operating their job capacity.
Is that, like, what would that entail, like, specifically?
Opposite of lesson plan.
Okay. So looking at the lesson plan. And the course objectives.
Okay.
Can you just read that from here?
First objective, accurately identify and articulate the 7 shooting fundamentals. Utilizing a live fire drill, deputies will demonstrate proficiency drawing their pistol from their holster without error. Utilizing a live fire drill, deputies will accurately shoot their pistol at a distance between 3 to 50 yards. Utilizing a live fire drill, deputies will correctly perform emergency reloads during live fire, exercise with the rifle. Utilizing a live fire drill, deputies will accurately shoot the rifle at 50 yards.
Why is this important specifically for a school resource officer?
This is important to transition. For example, a school resource officer shows up in a building, a school, and the active shooter be engaged in a gun battle. They may first have went to their handgun shooting or transferred to a rifle or vice versa. If you don't have a rifle, at least you understand the fundamentals of shooting with a handgun for precise shooting from 3 to 50 yards.
What do you mean by precise shooting?
Target acquisition, understanding the dynamics of gun. If you hold your firearm with a firm grip, and in the movies you see people close their eyes, in reality you're not going to close your eyes. Both eyes are going to be open when you shoot. You present your firearm, you look at the front sight, the rear sight of a firearm. A firearm has a rear sight which is two metal pieces and a front sight which is one metal piece. During stress, shooting, the drills we are facilitating here, you focus on the front sight by a firm grip. Where your front sight is, that's where the round is going. If your shots are going off target, that means you get paying attention. Don't look at the suspect, look at your sights. That's where the round is going to go.
And lastly, on this sheet, you see number 7?
Yes.
And what is that?
Patrol rifle refresher,
Completed on which date?
10/31/2017.
And that's the same rifle refresher that we discussed earlier.
Correct.
Now, I want to show you what's also in evidence as states 13. During the course of your employment as a Broward Sheriff's Office, do you get certificates in things, the classes you've taken, or different certifications in regards to your employment?
Yes.
Can I show you what's already in this 13? Do you see this?
Yes.
What is that?
A certificate completion, basically, from Broward College. It's a CJIS course, Criminal Justice Standard Training, FDLE course. A structured, mandated curriculum to be a school resource officer.
And do you see whose name is on it?
Scot Peterson.
Do you see how many hours were taken
Yes, 40 hours.
for a school resource officer?
Yes.
And what dates for that was that?
June 24th to June 28th, 1991.
I'm going to show you another one. When you attend classes, do you sometimes receive certificates of completion?
Correct.
Do you see this one?
Yes.
Florida Association of School Resource Officers, do you see what it's for?
Yes.
Do you see how many hours of training?
Yes.
Is it 24 hours of training?
24 hours.
And what date do you see?
22nd day of July, 2016.
I may have asked this, I apologize, but it's for Scot Peterson.
Yes.
Now, in your current role, Lieutenant Colonel, that's pretty high up.
Yes.
How many levels are above?
1.
What is that?
Colonel.
And then above that is the,
Well, the sheriff is running for election. Yes.
in your capacity that, do you have to deal with contracts, things of that nature, paperwork associated with that?
You do. You see what's going on between the cities, the Broward County School Board, outside vendors. As a lieutenant colonel, I review what's going on in my districts or my regional majors present to me to review.
So you're familiar, for instance, with contracts that the sheriff's office signed with the, you said it yourself, with the school board?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not showing you what's already been entered into evidence as parts of states 13. Scroll out a little bit. Is this one of those types of contracts?
Yes.
Do you see the date?
Yes.
What date is that?
August 15, 2017.
And do you see the purpose?
Yes.
What is that?
School resource officer placed at the following schools in Parkland.
And down here, can you read that line?
2 deputies to serve as SROs at 2 secondary schools, West Glade and Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas.
Now, in this contract, I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. Under 2.05, duties of an SRO. Under sub A, can you please read that?
Performance of law enforcement functions within the school setting.
What is that?
Everything you've been trained to do as a law enforcement applies to school. It doesn't change. Life, protection of life, preservation of life, investigating crime, stopping people getting assaulted.
Now looking at B, can you please read that?
For identification and prevention of juvenile delinquency, in parentheses, including substance abuse, through counseling and referral services.
Is that responsibility as dictated in the contract? Is that something unique to school resource officers?
That is job specific to school resource officers.
Meaning job specific, a regular road patrol deputy?
Would not perform those functions because as a school resource officer, it's a specialized unit in the Broward Sheriff's Office. So your area of responsibility has certain requirements for expectations.
And including the identification and prevention of delinquency through counseling and referral services?
Yes.
So your typical road patrol deputy in Pompano isn't under contractual obligations to seek counseling or referral services for?
No, sir.
Can you please read C?
For enhancement of student knowledge of the law enforcement function and of the fundamental concept and structure of law.
What is that?
As a school resource officer, your job is to basically be a liaison, help them understand the concept of law and the structure of law.
Is that job specific to a school resource officer?
Yes,
Using the same example of the road patrol deputy in Pompano.
that wouldn't be their primary job function, no, sir.
And I just skipped over one thing at the top I just want to go through. Can you see the dates of the agreement?
Yes,
What is that?
August 14, 2017, and conclude on June 7, 2018.
So while this happened in Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas,
You're obligated to the conditions of the contract specified.
now looking to the next page, D. Can you please read that for us?
Development of positive student concepts of the law enforcement community and promotion of positive interaction and enhanced relations between students and law enforcement officers.
Is this something job specific to a school resource officer?
Yes, the key word is students.
Once again, same example, Pompano Road Patrol,
That's not in your job purview.
just in the job purview of a school resource officer.
Correct.
And there's specific training, as you highlighted before, just for school resource officers.
It's a specialized unit, therefore you have to train specific to that job description or job position.
Now looking at E. Can you please read that?
The provision of assistance and support for crime victims, including victims of abuse identified in the school setting.
Is that job specific for an SRO?
Yes,
Is that because the verbiage or the language school setting?
correct.
Looking at F, can you please read that?
The presentation of educational programs concerning crime prevention and the rights, obligations, and responsibility of students as citizens.
What does that mean?
I mentioned earlier, I don't know if I could recall, two programs, such as DARE and GREAT. DARE is more drug-related and GREAT is more gang-related. These were specific programs entrusted upon school resource officers to educate and deter those kind of behaviors about students in Broward County.
Road Patrol Deputy in Pompano, are they obligated or responsible to do such programs?
No, sir.
Looking at G, can you please read that?
The provision of assistance to School Board of Broward County in protecting and securing the school plant and its occupants.
What does that mean?
Your primary function and duty in that particular line is the protection of the occupants of the school. So hypothetically, the school is your sole responsibility. Everything within that school compound boundaries is your job responsibility to protect and serve.
I want to talk about police vests. Are you wearing a vest today?
Yes, sir.
What kind of vest are you wearing?
Level 3 soft armor.
What does that mean, level 3?
It will stop a 9mm round, a 40, and a 45 caliber round.
Can you just explain to the jurors who don't know what's a 9,
So,
what's a 40?
a handgun. I'm wearing a handgun. So basically, it will stop a handgun round, not a rifle round. And when I mean stop, it's gonna, if it struck me, it will do some damage. It will disperse the force, break some ribs, but hopefully it will penetrate. This will be having some injuries, but it will give me blood trauma.
That's for handguns.
Correct.
How about for ammo?
You may.
For the witness, what's already in evidence as states 27. You see the shell casing there?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the shell casings?
Yes.
Is something of that size shot from a handgun?
No, sir.
What's it shot from?
A rifle.
Would a shell casing for a bullet, the projectile that was originally in the shell casing, would that bulletproof vest stop that?
No, it will not.
You want me to ask that witness to please stand for a moment?
Sure.
I'm going to ask about your gun belt. What is on your gun belt?
From left to right, a radio, a magazine pouch with magazines containing bullets. In between the magazine is a belt keeper to keep the outer belt in place. There's 4 of them, 1, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Pepper spray, and my sidearm.
You carry pepper spray, but do some officers carry asps?
Yes,
And what is an asp?
it's a expandable baton that's collapsible, piece of metal that expands.
Just one more question going back to the training. The external school resource officer courses that weren't taught at Broward College, the FA SRO, are those refresher courses? Is that the purpose of them?
It's used as proficiency enhancement or basic continuing education. In the field of law enforcement, wherever you are, whatever specialty you're in, you continuously need to go to classes to get updates, as you would say. Like a school teacher, a lawyer, a doctor, we all have to get continuing education.
Now, going back to all the training, are deputies trained on the radio, to use their radio, the police radio?
Yes.
How extensive is that training?
Well, from the onset, being in the CIM right now, the former CIM, once you issue your radio, they explain to you how to change the channels, how to talk on radio. And upon graduation from the police academy on the field training process, it's now 14 weeks. You use the radio every single day to get familiarity in communicating and understanding how the radio functions. So it's ongoing.
The training is ongoing to use the radio.
Yes, it's practical. I can explain to you how to use a radio, but the best form is, as a rookie, when you first start, is to have you start using the radio from day 1.
And is there certain verbiage or certain words that are taught to be used over dispatch?
Yes.
for instance?
I could get my location right now if I needed to.
How would you do that?
I would say 11 Sierra.
And that's your number?
That's my call sign.
That's your unique call sign to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I am 97, which means I'm at Central Courthouse.
Now, at this time, I'd like to play for the witness. It's already in evidence of states 7.
TVs have to be off.
Right.
Okay. Court deputy, if we need the TVs off, please.
Now, when teaching the radio, do you use specific examples? Do you use cases that have already been, or incidents that have already been recorded over dispatch to teach the newer rookies or trainees the proper and improper way to utilize the radio?
Well, we actually evolved from that. We actually have to use your radio during scenarios to facilitate what you would say on the radio. And if you cannot use a code, because we speak in 10 codes, speak in plain language. I'm here, I'm at this location, this was going on. Let's speak, because sometimes during anxiety, you may use a code. If you don't, just use plain language.
All right, if you could please go to 22326.
Juliet 3, 17 Bravo 3, 17 Bravo 4.
Juliet 3, we have possible, could be fire country. I think we got shots fired. Possible shots fired. 1200 building.
In terms of training, shots fired, possible shots fired, when are deputies trained to utilize those types of words?
When shots of active intel, shots are being fired at that particular location.
Now, is there a difference between shots fired and if the verbiage used or the words used and if you're being shot at?
Yes,
What are you trained to say if you're being shot at?
I'm taking live fire. I'm being shot at.
And why is that important, the differentiation between the two?
Shots being fired, it's someone shooting at something or someone. I'm taking fire like I'm actually engaged in a gunfight with an assailant.
And the second part of that dispatch, the 1200 building, is that something you're trained to do? Give the location of the shooting?
You're giving a location of what you believe of active intel. There's shots being fired. There's actually live shots being fired, currently being fired as you're standing there.
And if you're currently being fired, you give the location of the shots. Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes.
Aaron, if you can please go to 22414.
Thank you for what you added.
5901, hi.
We're talking about the 1200 building. It's going to be the building off of Holmberg Road.
1200 building. Are you trained over dispatch or when you're using your radio to confirm where shots are coming from?
Yes.
Why?
Because someone might be stepping on you, basically, which I mean by stepping. Someone might key the radio up and it didn't get copied by the dispatcher, so you affirm it. And the second time you say it's like shots are being fired again. I've heard a barrage of shots being fired. I'm giving you an update. Hey, shots are still being fired at a particular location.
Is the specific language used when you're on dispatch important?
Pretty much, yes.
Aaron, if you please go to 22424.
Any description? I'm coming up on Westlake Middle. We don't have any description yet. We just hear shots, but appears to be shots fired.
Are deputies trained to again say shots fired?
Yes.
Why is that?
There's shots being fired. There's active intel. Something's going on. Please step it up, which means response. I need help. Something's bad happening right now.
Going back to the question before, there's a difference between shots fired and taking shots.
Correct.
Aaron, you can just play it for me.
I'm over on the south side, over by the 700 building. Angle to him, shutting down east.
Did you hear it was over by the 700 building?
It sounds like gunfire in the background.
Okay. And also over by the 700 building?
Correct.
Okay. What, in terms of training, are you taught to say where your location is? Or are you taught in this situation to say where the shots are coming from? What is the primary thing you're supposed to be saying?
You're giving information on where the shots are actually being given, occurring at that time. The last thing you give is your location, unless you're taking fire. If you're taking fire, you explain, I'm being shot at. I'm taking live fire.
If you're taking fire, let's say sniper fire, is that something to be said over the radio?
Yes, I would.
Why? Why is that important?
It gives your responding officers and deputies intel, like the shooter's from the elevator shooting at you, actually shooting at you from the elevator position.
So utilizing the word, for instance, sniper would be you'd be trained to do that.
Correct.
Can you please go, Aaron, to 22556?
All right, 26, so we also heard it's over back inside the 1200 building. We're locking down the school right now. Make sure there's no pedestrian traffic anywhere on Holmberg Road.
Did you hear where he said inside the 1200?
Can you play back again, please?
Sure. Can you play that again, please?
We go to Bravo channel for regular
And
traffic.
some sort of say they heard it was firecrackers, and we're not sure about the football field. All right, 26, so we also heard it's over back inside the 1200 building.
Did you hear that?
By or inside?
Fly inside
Of the 1200 building.
What do you do? What are you trained to do in that situation in terms of saying 1200?
As in what
Is that
aspect?
another confirmation?
Yes, there's shots being fired in the 1200 building.
Now, in terms of training or dispatch, when you're repeating shots fired, are you trained that means there are continuous shots being fired?
Every update means there's live fire occurring. There's not a lull. There's a lull in between, but there's still shots being fired. Every time I come on the radio, every time I key up, I'm saying shots being fired. I'm telling the dispatcher there's somebody still shooting at this particular location.
Aaron, if you play 22640.
Any unit not working at signal 33, go to Bravo.
So I got more students running west towards the football field. We're going to Bravo. I hear shots fired.
Shots fired.
Once again, shots fired. Is that a confirmation? Are they trained that means there's continuous shots being fired?
Yes.
Now, it says Juliet 3, we're going to Bravo. What is that?
You're going off the main channel to another channel, which is, will need a dispatcher to monitor, basically.
What's the main channel called?
Main channel is the channel on right now, any deputy, any officer, where you're getting live updates, the dispatch is monitoring, all your resources are going to respond on main channel.
Is there a reason in this situation to go to Bravo channel?
You will not go to the Broward channel. Only units not addressing the current event. That's why she said, if you're handling the situation, go to Bravo. Anyone involved in the situation will stay on main channel because everyone is coming on main channel.
Does that mean the first person on scene, first deputy on scene should stay on main, not go to Bravo?
Everyone has to stay on main channel.
Aaron 228.
Holmberg shut down. We're on building 13 of the 900 building. We have shots fired. I'm trying to get open the fence open.
Building 13 and 900 building.
Alex, do not approach the 12 or 1300 building. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point.
500 feet, at least 500 feet away. And what training is that?
We don't do that, sir.
What do you mean you don't do that?
There's active intel between the 12 and 300, the 13th building, 12
12
or 13. You're going to respond to the stimuli. We don't tell them to stage back. That's indicative of what they did in Columbine waiting. We don't stage.
And why is it important to get there as fast as possible?
Lives being lost.
Is there any training, not active shooting, any training where it's caught, stay back 500 feet
That I facilitated? No.
that you've ever seen?
If you knew the size of like a bomb, probably, but that's about it.
You mentioned earlier auditory exclusion and knowledge. Can you just explain what auditory exclusion is?
Auditory exclusion. Your focus of your hearing is tuned out. You're so ingrained. For instance, let's say you're watching, in layman's terms, you're watching a game, a football game, or a basketball game. You're so in tune, and someone's saying something, you're not paying attention to it because you're so focused on that particular object, time, and object in front of you. And in the case of a critical incident, your senses, your hearing diminishes, but your sight on the particular target in front of you is your key focus. You actually start losing peripheral vision, your hearings diminish, and you see what's unfolding in front of you.
Now, as part of your training, learn ways to, let's say, shake that off.
In the firearm classes, and the active killer, or even in the self-defense classes, we tell basically, it's called tactical breathing. Take a deep breath, we focus. When we shoot the handgun classes, rifle classes, and we address a target, we're shooting the target. You get fixated on target. So we'll say, hey, on the command of gun, you'll shoot 5 or 6 rounds. You shoot into the target. You take a breath, pause, scan. While you're scanning, I'm breaking my tunnel vision. I'm no longer fixated on that particular target. I'm looking around my surroundings, to gather other intel. Maybe somebody else is moving peripherally, maybe I'm hearing something, another command. That's why we do it. We do it in the farm train, we do it in active field train, we do defensive tactics, we do hand-to-hand combat.
So different ways, just recap on that. You recap what you just said. What are the different ways to shake it off?
Take a deep breath. You take a deep breath and scan the area. Don't just look in one direction. Start looking. Some people say 360 awareness. It's actually more than that because you're looking around you, but you should also look up or look down because you might be walking into a manhole. You might get someone breaking your head. Look around, shake it off. Don't just fixate on one specific point.
So scanning, for instance, east and west would be a way to shake it off.
Shake it off.
Now, in terms of training, if you're the first deputy that arrives on scene and you hear gunshots, what are you trained to do?
Address the threat. Move towards the gunshots.
In a situation where you don't move towards the gunshots and a second officer arrives, one with a more high-powered rifle, what are you trained to do in that situation?
We call it linking up. It's two of us now. Let's go. Let's do it.
What do you mean by that? Let's do it.
We're gonna hunt. We're a contact team. We're gonna find the shooter. We're gonna find the stimuli and force an outcome.
Now, in terms of training for shots, how does it work in terms of whether a deputy hears shots or they hear, for instance, an SRO hears a fire alarm? What are they trained to do in either of those situations?
Address what's going on at a particular time. What's causing it? What's the causation of whatever's going on? Investigate it.
Now, once shots stop, what is trained? What are the deputies trained to do?
Gather some more intel. Move in. Try to get a better vantage point to see what's going on.
Is that going back to the training using your senses?
Correct.
Why is that important?
Because if you move and try to get a better vantage point, your senses will kick in and you get more intel that you can relay over the radio to gather more resources or give more intel as to how we're going to handle the situation.
Would you do things such as check windows?
Yes.
Or publish, I'm sorry, show this exhibit, Your Honor. I'll show you, it's already been in evidence that states 16. Oh, you can, yes, you can show it, yes, Your Honor. Yes. Can you see that?
Yes.
Are these the type of windows that you would want to look into, gather intel?
Yes.
Showing you the training evidence that states 29. Do you see the door here?
Yes.
Are those the type of windows that you would want to look into to gather intelligence?
Yes.
What is round confirmation?
If someone is shooting, it's going to hit an object, a person. You could tell a general direction where the round's coming from. If someone's shooting at me, I would look to see if they're shooting, if there's gunshots around me, hitting a pole, a car, a person. If there's no wrong confirmation, more than likely no one's shooting at me. It's a sound.
And with that information, if there's no round confirmation, you're still hearing shots fired. What are you trying to do?
See where the shots coming from.
See where
Seek it. Find it.
Now, going back to that rifle refresher class. Now, 18, I mean, to take this class, you have to have been issued a rifle, correct?
Correct.
So looking at number 7, patrol rifle refresher, Halloween of 2017. With an SRO being issued a rifle in 2017. Do you know where they were kept?
No. During that time period, you would issue one, you purchase one. So more likely where the deputy who has a rifle, they either have in the vehicle at that time.
So being in a vehicle, a rifle in a vehicle, how is a deputy trained to keep rifles?
At that particular time, the rifle racks. And the rifle rack is between the front seat, between the driver and passenger seat, mounted against the cage in the unit. Or if they had a Pelican case in Clayton, they could have it secure in the trunk of their car.
Pelican case would be more like a lockbox.
Correct.
Now, in a situation where a deputy determines that they want their rifle in a situation like this, what are they trained to do?
As to what, obtaining their rifle,
Correct.
you go back to your vehicle, you sling the rifle on, because the rifle's in a sling. That's one of the mandates. So you can free your hands up. The rifle's in a sling, so you sling the rifle over you, and you could run with both hands, or you could transition to your handgun. You could go handgun, hands on the person.
Well, with that said, given the training on the tactical handgun, SROs are armed with a handgun.
Correct.
Can I promise some other questions? In terms of school resource officers' responsibilities, are they the quote gatekeeper of the school?
Their primary job function is to protect the kids at school.
And let me just answer the second question. Now, the video audio that was played, you've reviewed that in its entirety, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your experience, or based on your experience, based upon the training you've received, based upon the training that you taught, the training that you've reviewed and approved, were the defendant's actions that day consistent with his training?
No, it was not.
Why not? What should it be?
Some type of proactive action.
What is that proactive action?
Go towards the sounds, investigate. That's expected. You're the first on scene, you gotta make a decision. It doesn't matter what position, rank. If I was here and shots are being fired, and there's no one in the courtroom, I have a duty to act based upon my training for Broward Sheriff's Office to respond. We all train that way to respond to stimuli, which is gunshots being fired, which entails that citizens are dying to do something.
The things that could have been done. Does that include going into the building?
Yes, sir.
Does that include yelling out sheriff's office?
Anything to disrupt the OODA loop of the shooter.
So anything to distract the shooter?
Correct.
In any of the training that you reviewed, approved, been part of, or taught, were you ever trained to stay during an active shooting situation in the same spot for 48 minutes?
No, sir.
What is cover and concealment?
Cover and concealment is when you're taking live fire. If someone's actively shooting at you, you stand behind a column, a building. Cover would be something that can stop a round. Concealment would be against this wood partition. It's not going to stop a rifle round. If I'm taking rounds, I want something solid. Engine block, a concrete pole, something that could just slow around down, basically.
How does that work in conjunction with an active shooting?
You seek cover if you're getting live fire. If not, you make movements towards the target or the threat.
And if you're taking live fire, you're trained
I'm
to see what over dispatch.
I'm taking live fire and being shot at.
And in a situation where you pair up with another officer, what are you trained to do in that situation?
When you pair up, you're seeking the threat. We have a technique called plate to plate, so it basically means go back to back. As I'm going down the hallway, if there's a door, I'm crossing a door, I am facing forward. My sole responsibility is looking forward. The secondary person, they will be on my arm with their firearm pointed at this door. So as I focus forward, they're crossing the door, addressing the threat. That's what it is basically. We're clearing areas, open spaces.
Cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Judge. Please give me a minute. Get things together.
Mr. Shire, take your time. What time? We'll go to 12:30, then we'll pause for a break.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, Jesus, that was hard. I nearly fell asleep listening to that. Fucking hell. So we'll see what the defense brings on this one. Sorry, guys, I'm not very engaging, but I'm okay, but I'm tired. Do you know what I mean? So but I'm enjoying the chat. I'm enjoying you guys talking. It's really good to see engagement.
Good afternoon, sir. Your Honor, the first thing I'd like to do
Let's
is
go.
have this witness declared an expert in training, police training, based on his experience.
First question: is he being admitted as an expert? Honestly, Heidi, I'm okay. Just I haven't got the same energy as I normally do. That's all. Yeah, we're all good as long as you guys are happy. Like I'm not engaging that much, then I'm happy. So it's nice to see the chat going. I mean, Shelley, yeah, that's funny. So it's interesting to see because he wasn't put in as an expert. So it's interesting to see what they're going to discuss here now. I wish we could listen to it.
Agree that you consider yourself to be an expert on BSO training, policies, and procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you left out from your distinguished law enforcement career is that you actually went to college and you graduated, correct?
Yes, sir.
You got a degree in criminal justice, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you attended the fine University of Northwestern, correct?
That's incorrect. Your depot on me, it was misprinted.
Oh, so what's the school? I'm sorry, it said Northwestern, right?
I know, sir.
But that's not?
No, sir. Your depot is actually incorrect.
All right, so where did you go to college?
Polk State, sir.
Okay, fair enough. So that was something the court reporter would have put down as
Yes, sir.
Northwestern. You never said Northwestern.
I said Northwestern as to executive management training.
Okay, okay, so just a typo. It wasn't something I did.
No,
correct?
sir.
Okay, good. All right. Did you ever have the chance to speak with my client after the shooting?
No, sir.
What is a debriefing? What is that?
The briefing is getting intel or asking the person who was involved in the incident information regarding the incident.
And when you conduct a debriefing, do you ask general questions or you try to be very specific?
Depending who's doing the debrief, they're going to ask specific questions based upon the incident at that particular time.
Because the idea is to find out very specifically what somebody is thinking, correct?
What they're thinking, what they saw, whatever intel they got from that particular moment.
Right. It's kind of similar to when any one of us as non-officers really want to find out details from somebody. You're asking what happened next? What's the next thing you did, correct?
Pretty much, sir. Yes, sir.
You are familiar with the Broward Sheriff's Office Department of Law Enforcement Standard Operating Procedures involving an active shooter, correct?
At that time, yes, sir.
All right. And that's governed by 4.37, correct?
The chapter, yes.
And you are familiar, are you not, with this? Let me just ask if I can approach. I've shown the state this already. It's Defense Exhibit H. If I can approach the witness, Ron? Sure. Okay. Just take a look at that and tell us if you're familiar with the content of the BSO active shooting policy that was in effect at the time of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
No? Okay. Thank you. Just highlight some things. There is a. Does this fairly and accurately depict the active shooting policy that was in place during the shooting?
Yes, sir. Based on the date at the bottom right-hand corner. Yes, sir.
Now, Judge, we'd now like to publish this to the jury. You want to move it in evidence? Yes, sir. State any objection? All right, so without objection, defense H for identification will now be in evidence. That's defense exhibit 2. highlight 4.37.3. You're familiar with that section, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has to do with debriefing, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, policies and procedures regarding active shooting, it's not suggested, meaning it's not an option. They must be followed, correct?
Policy is a guidelines recommendation based on totality of circumstances. I personally would violate policy to save a life.
Okay, so regarding debriefing, it says here that the incident commander will be responsible for conducting a debriefing of all personnel involved in an active shooter situation in a timely manner, correct?
Correct.
It also says it's to learn the successes of the response and identify any needs for improvement, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you weren't the incident commander,
No,
correct?
sir.
So whoever the incident commander was, they're responsible for investigating and speaking to those who are involved in an active shooting, correct?
Correct.
And it's to find out in detail what they were thinking in real time, correct?
Correct.
What they knew, what they saw, what they felt, correct?
Based on that event, yes, sir.
Because it's so important to know how to, in the future, change responses, correct?
Best practices, yes.
To improve best practices, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it also says in 4.37.3, under debriefing, subsection B, that the incident commander will complete an after-action report, correct?
Correct.
That's after the debriefing is done, after the people involved in an active shooter are spoken to in detail, an after-action report is supposed to be completed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of whether that was ever done in this particular case?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Did you ever insist that anybody does a debriefing of my client?
At that particular time, it was not in my purview in the train division.
Okay, so just not your job, not under your.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Did you ever speak to any of the officers who were on the scene that day?
No, sir.
So you've never debriefed them to find out what their real-time intelligence was?
Not until after it was an active investigation, so I was hands-off, sir.
So for example, Deputy Kratz, did you ever speak with him about what
No,
he
sir.
saw? You ever speak with Lieutenant DeVita?
No, sir.
Have you ever spoken to Officer Burton?
Coral Springs? No, sir.
Yes. What about Officer Best? You ever speak with these guys?
No, sir.
To understand what they were thinking, what they were feeling in real time?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to any of the kids, for example, who exited the 700 building and who heard shots in real time to understand what they thought?
That would have been an investigative division, sir. It would not be in training, sir.
So the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with any other kids who were outside of other buildings during the fire drill to understand what they thought about the shots and where they thought those shots were coming from, sir?
No, sir.
Now, you talked about training at the stockade, correct?
Yes, sir.
First of all, we're talking about a building, right?
Yes.
From end to end, please give us an estimate of how large the building is, correct?
Probably 500 to 700 feet long or more.
5 to 7 feet long?
Yes, depending on it's,
I'm horrible at math. How many yards is that?
well, a yard is what? 3 feet? Let's see. I'm guesstimating. I haven't been in a while. Maybe almost a length of football field, a little shorter.
Okay. That's the confines of what you're talking about. One building, and you're saying it's about footballish field. That building's that big? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay. How many floors in the stockade?
One.
One floor building.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are no neighboring buildings that you're utilizing? It's just a stockade, correct?
Correct.
And everybody knows that the shooter is going to be somewhere inside the stockade, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the issue is, okay, go in, and once you're in, knowing that there's a shooter in the stockade, go and find them, correct?
Correct.
Do you ever use any training mechanism where you're using multiple buildings as large as the stockade in addition to the stockade? You understand what I'm asking?
Yes.
Do you ever do training like that?
We did. We used schools. We've done Port Everglades.
Okay. And do you ever have a scenario where officers are on a scene and there's shots fired from somewhere that nobody knows, and you have to go try to find in a multi-100-yard area where the shooter or shooters might be located?
Well, for safety reasons, first of all, we have to confine the building.
I got it. That makes sense. It's also rare that you would ever, if ever, have a scenario where you have no real-time intelligence of where precisely the shooter's located over an area that spans multiple football fields, correct?
Well, Port Everglades, sir, it actually spans. We use multiple floors, and you follow the intel. The best we could do is simulate. The concept of active shooting is not building specific. Your environment is going to dictate your tactics.
I understand that, sir. My question is regarding
first, we'll get to all that. I want to know whether you've ever trained in an area. And I'm showing you what is marked as Defense Exhibit F, okay?
Right.
If I can get close to the witness, Judge? Sure. Thank you, sir. A scenario.
Mr. Igo, we're on this side. Sir. No, sir. I can't have you in the jury box. I can't have you in the witness stand. Right over here, sir. Just like we've done with every other person in the state's exhibit. Go ahead. If you'd like the witness to step down.
If you could, have you ever had a scenario where you have training in an area that is at least a football field, plus another football field, plus another building that's 73 yards long, plus about 20 yards of a courtyard area, plus another 73 yards long, plus another football field area? I guess we can add that up, but we're talking about multiple football fields, plus up north, up south, that would serve as the geographical area of where a shooter or shooter might be located. Have you ever had a training scenario like that?
And my answer would be no, because it's not feasible.
Got it. And I'm not blaming you.
Right.
I'm just saying it's never been done, correct?
Well, on a larger scale.
I got you. You can have a seat.
With SWAT.
I got you. But now it's regular officers
Correct.
or a school resource officer, correct?
Correct.
Your scenarios deal with, you know there's a shooter inside of a building, so you just need to find where the shooter's located, correct?
Correct.
And you brought up Columbine, you brought that up when you were talking to the prosecutor, right?
Yes, sir.
Columbine, that school, there was a building and the officers allegedly knew that the shooter was in the building, correct?
Yes.
And then they didn't go in, correct?
Correct.
So intel is everything, right? What you know in real time is critical, correct?
Yes. And you're supposed to seek it out. That's why.
I got it, but we're gonna get there soon. But clearly, it's important to discern what somebody knows in real time, correct?
Correct.
And it's unfair to hold any of your deputies to what was found out after the fact, correct?
Yeah, that's sustained.
So one of the reasons why you have a debriefing is to know what somebody knows in real time as opposed to what they learn after the fact, correct?
The briefings it'll be after the fact. In this case, after what occurred, what could we do better? It actually said in the policy that you showed to me.
Correct. So in a debriefing, you find out what the person knew in real time, correct?
At that particular time, yes.
And what information was ever given to them in real time, correct?
Correct.
So for example, if officers are not getting real-time intel as to precisely which building a shooter or shooters may be located, you want to do better and fix that problem, correct?
Correct. But can you define real time?
What's your definition of real time? So we're on the same page.
You're saying that the person on scene is getting intel. The person on scene is the intel because they're using his sensors to obtain information at that particular time.
Okay. They're also seeking out information from dispatch and other officers, correct?
Well, dispatch can't give you, if you're the primary, the sole response, you're the first person on the scene, you are the intel. You are gathering the intel. You're relaying that intel to dispatch.
When other officers are arriving on scene, and let's say one officer saying, shots fired by the football field, isn't that officer relaying intel?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So numerous people can relay intel to the dispatcher over the radio, correct?
Correct.
And then the dispatcher can then hear that information and then announce over the radio what they're hearing, so other officers can hear it, correct?
Correct.
Having a radio that is functioning properly is critical when you're reacting and responding to an active shooting situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have firsthand knowledge that that radio system was a colossal failure to the BSO officers during the shooting, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't just learn that day. Those complaints had been coming in long before this active shooting scenario, correct?
That was my purview again. I'm training. I have nothing to do with ITD or communication, so I can't attest to what the radio transmission capabilities were at that particular time in the city of Parkland.
You knew those radios were a colossal failure before this day, didn't you know that?
Sir, again, I would not know because I've never worked in the city of Parkland. I've worked downtown or in central Broward, so I never had an issue with a radio.
But you would tell them that it is essential to have working, functional radios when you show up to an active shooting situation, correct?
I agree with that, sir.
It's also critical to have real-time intelligence from people, let's say, who are calling in to 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the 911 calls being made by frightened children inside that building went to Coral Springs and not to BSO?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that?
After the fact.
You learned that though.
Yes, sir. After the fact.
Whose idea was it to allow the 911 calls to go to Coral Springs and not go to BSO? Who made that decision policy-wise to begin with?
Sir, I don't follow your question.
You have learned, you said, that the 911 calls that people are making while they're inside the 1200 building, that went to Coral Springs and not to BSO officers like my client, correct? You already conceded that, right?
Okay.
Before the shooting date, who was responsible for creating a policy where those calls only went to Coral Springs and not to BSO?
Again, it wouldn't be my purview. I wouldn't know, so who made that policy. And just to let you know from personal experience, when I was a commander in Pompano, if someone was driving west on Southgate Boulevard, which is near the city of Coral Springs, their call gets relayed because the cell tower to the city of Coral Springs, and then that call is transferred to the city of Pompano.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about here.
And again, it's not my purview to explain. I don't understand why the calls are relevant.
If you don't know, you can simply say you don't know, like you're doing, that's fine, okay? Do you know whose responsibility, when you're on a scene, to ensure that the radios are patched?
Communications.
Okay. What human being, what person would have been responsible for ordering the radios to be patched so that the information that Coral Springs is getting will then be on BSO's radios?
That's again, it's not my job purview. I'm not familiar with the communication radio system.
You are aware that the radios were never patched during that shooting, correct?
After the fact, sir.
You learned it after the fact.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree as a training officer with your history that when radios are not patched, that would greatly hinder my client who's trying to get real-time intelligence while he's on the scene. Yes or no?
It would help in getting real time. Yes, you're right.
Now, you've stated correctly that if you know where sounds of gunfire are coming from, you move towards them, correct?
Yes, sir.
We can all agree that that's what you're trained to do.
Correct.
Okay, so let's assume that you get as close as you possibly can, but then you don't know where to go, okay? And that the possibility of where you hear gunfire comes from is covering an area that literally represents hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards, correct?
Right.
You understand that scenario?
Yes, sir.
You've listened to gunfire for 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and you still think it's anywhere in this area, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
What are you trained to do, sir?
Start seeking out where the gunfire is coming from.
Okay. So in a scenario like this, where any one of these scenarios could be equally plausible, where do you start?
Well, you start where you're standing. Process of elimination. Keep moving. Every time you hear a barrage of shots, that's more intel, and it's process of elimination of buildings.
Okay, so do you start, again, you say buildings. There's a parking lot to the right, which is equally in play, correct?
Correct.
And assume that it's the size of a football field. Do you just go to the right and start at the closest place, I guess, which would have been, the right would have been the parking lot? You're supposed to start there?
Well, you're depending on one sense, sir. There's a sense of sight and smell and observation.
Yeah.
And I believe in one of the videos I reviewed, I saw people fleeing out. So that's one you could use your sight like it's a clue. If people are fleeing from a building, I would say to go to that building and try to find what's called that stimuli to make people leave that building.
Did you just tell this jury that you saw a video showing kids leaving the 1200 building
I didn't say
during
that.
the shooting?
I did not say that, sir.
Okay,
I said if you see someone running from a direction of a building,
sure.
you would assume, based upon your senses and your training that you were replicating the stockade, that's a good reference point to start in that general facility.
Okay, so if kids are running out of the 700 building, for example, and running back in, should he run over to the 700 building?
Ask questions.
Okay. And assuming, by the way, that you believe that the area on campus is unsafe, and by that I mean that there could either be shooters, multiple shooters, wandering the campus, shooting their guns, or potentially sniper fire from any of the neighboring areas, isn't it prudent to make sure there's fewer kids and parents coming onto campus, especially when the school day just is about to get out?
Well, so you're based upon intel. Are you seeing, you said sniper fire, are we seeing wrong confirmation? Are we seeing victims? Are we seeing gunshots? Are we seeing debris? It was said on the radio, the tape was played, I think several times, that it was in or beside the 1200 building. So that would be a great place to start.
Okay, so back to my question, okay? Assuming that my client believes that there's gunfire anywhere in this area, so that there could be harm to parents and children who come onto the campus, isn't it prudent to do everything you can to keep the parents and kids off of the campus? Yes or no, sir?
No, based upon the priority of life. We just said contact team. If live intel is being shot, my first priority is to go towards the stimuli of shots being fired.
So the opposite would be true then. You believe that if my client thinks that there's shots being fired on campus and he doesn't know where they're coming from, to invite and have parents and kids come onto this campus? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that, sir. I'm saying based upon the stimuli, shots being fired, your duty to respond, based upon training, is to seek the shooter out. There's additional units showing up.
My
They're
friend,
taking, but the thing is, sir, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying to you,
then
sir,
can you answer it, please?
I'm answering your question. Should we stop the parents? No, see the shooter. The parents are being shot right now. We know people are being executed. We have to stop it.
Okay, back to my question, and just laser focused on whether parents and kids should be allowed to enter the campus when my client believes that there's a shooter or shooters that could place them in jeopardy. Don't you agree with me that it's best to keep them off of campus so they can be safe? Yes or no, sir?
Sir, again, no. Priority is the people who are being executed at that particular time. That's my object. That's my main focus.
I understand that. It takes a couple of announcements on your radio to say, let's get the school locked down. Let's get it locked down so parents and kids don't come onto the campus. It takes seconds to do that. You don't think that that's consistent with your training to keep people away so the scene doesn't become complicated and so the kids and parents aren't harmed?
You can transmit and move. That's been taught.
We'll talk about the movement. Again, we're focused on my client getting on there 5 times and saying, let's lock the campus down. Isn't that a prudent thing to do and consistent with training so that parents and kids don't get harmed as they come onto this campus? Sir?
Yeah, that's the thing. In any event, Mr. Agar, we're going to press pause.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause the cross-examination at this point. I'm going to send you to lunch. Same admonition as always. Please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the case.
Didn't this entire area become a
Hope everything's okay, Amy. Hope the weather's not too bad there. We're just watching this at 1.25 speed now. Jeez.
and officers put up yellow tape. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Welcome back to those seats. You may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice lunch. When we took our lunch break, we were in the middle of the cross-examination of the witness. We're going to pick it up at that point. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath. Mr. Agar, when you are ready, you may proceed.
thank you. Sir, you've had about an hour and a half or so at least to think about the answers that you gave before we took a break, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically regarding the questions that I asked of you about whether it was prudent to lock down the school, if my client felt that there were shots that could have harmed parents or kids. Is your answer still the same?
Yes, sir.
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, let me ask you this. Didn't this entire area become a crime scene? Yes or no?
I don't know the extent of the crime scene, sir.
The minute there's gunshots being fired on campus, this becomes a crime scene, does it not?
Yes.
And officers put up yellow tape on crime scenes, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of yellow tape is to ensure that nobody enters into the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And there's many reasons for that, including but not limited to, let's say there's gunfire casings, like bullet casings. You don't want people trampling over the crime scene and moving those pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
So wasn't it prudent at a minimum from that perspective to make sure that parents and kids don't come onto an active crime scene? Yes or no?
No.
Now you said that it's important for someone in my client's position to use his senses, correct?
Yes.
So for example, if he's looking around and he doesn't see anybody with a gun, he doesn't do nothing, you do the next thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
You look all around, east and west, to see if there's anything that indicates where a shooter or shooters relocated, correct?
Yes.
And maybe you even look to all the different buildings to see if you could see inside. That would be consistent with training, right?
Yes.
And if you can't see inside because the windows are very tinted, you would then even look maybe in the parking lot area if you think there might be shooters over there and look to see if you could see anything, correct?
Yes.
That's consistent with training, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's say you've done everything you could regarding that sense, the sense of sight. And there's nothing that tells you, okay, here's the building or the area that the shooter or shooters are located. Let's move to sense of smell, because you mentioned that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Use your sense of smell. And you're trying to smell for like gunfire, right? Something, right? And let's say you smell and there's nothing that indicates where the shooter or shooters are located, right?
Yes.
You move on to your next sense, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, let's go to taste. There's no way to taste where the shooter or shooters might be located, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the next major one would be hearing, right?
To work hand in hand, sir.
Okay. So do you know in the 4 minutes and 15 seconds that my client had to hear shots, do you know, first of all, where the shooter or shooters were actually located when those shots were fired?
Would I know, sir? That's
Yeah.
correct. No, sir. I wasn't there.
So you don't know if the shots were fired within 10 feet of him or 73 yards away, correct?
It's speculation.
Yeah, that's sustained. Real quick sidebar.
What do you think I mean by belief?
Stimuli, sounds, wrong confirmation, sir. Not the sound alone.
Based upon whatever you're seeing, all the stimulus, everything you possibly see, hear, taste, smell, you believe that you possibly could be in danger. You physically could be shot. Aren't you trained to take a tactical position of cover? Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no question.
Aren't you trained that when you believe that there could be an active shooter on campus, to immediately order a code red? Yes or no?
Sir, no. I don't know what the code red is. I never worked in schools until now, until after the fact.
Okay. Aren't officers trained when they hear gunfire to immediately get on their police radios and announce to other officers, shots fired?
Correct.
Okay. If we can play the first one, 220.
We need all the TVs off, please.
We're going to do 2:23:26. Now, while we're setting that up, tell the jurors why it's important to train officers to immediately announce shot fired instead of waiting and delaying reporting that.
You're giving active intel. At the same time, you just want to say shot fired, you are required to give a location.
And in doing so, you're also alerting all other officers, and they'll then come to the scene to help out kids, parents, teachers, anybody else who needs help, correct?
Correct.
If you can play that one.
You good? Okay, good.
17 Bravo 3, 17 Bravo 4.
We have possible, could be firecrackers. I think we got shots fired. Possible shots fired. 1200 building.
If an officer thinks it may be possible firecrackers, but could be shots fired, it's probably better, pursuant to the training, to err on the side of caution and announce possible shots fired, correct?
At that time, yes.
And that's exactly what you just heard him do, correct?
With a location, yes.
And with that announcement, doing that, that's what he's trained to do, isn't it?
Yes.
In other words, it would be inconsistent with his training if he thought possible firecrackers, possible shots fired. He goes, I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I'm running away from the scene. That would have been inconsistent with training, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if at all possible, even before you take a position of cover, if you're able to report shots fired and stand out in the open, you're trained to try to do that rather than first taking cover, correct?
It depends on the situation, sir.
Because every second matters, doesn't it?
If you're talking about the, just for clarification, are you talking about an active killer position, a situation right now, or are you just talking in general?
Let's talk in general first, and we'll go to a specific scenario. If you hear gunfire, if a police officer hears gunfire, if it could be done right away, instead of even waiting to take cover, isn't that the way that you're trained to do it? Isn't that the best way to do it?
If you're not under threat, yes, give the location and give shots fired.
Because even just taking an extra 10 to 15 seconds to then take a position of cover and then safely announce on your radio could cost 10, 15 seconds that could be critical, correct?
In response, then yes.
So if hypothetically my client, before taking cover, immediately after hearing shots fired, hypothetically announces on his radio, shots fired, the announcement that we heard, that would be consistent with training, correct?
No, sir. In that particular situation, no, sir.
Hypothetically, he doesn't know where the shots are coming from, sir. You understand?
If I may explain.
Sure.
If I'm in a school setting and shots are fired based upon the training and the priorities of life, I'll have to respond to where the shots are coming from because more than likely, a student's being killed.
Yeah, we talked about that. We agree. My question to you is, if you don't, in that moment, know where the shots are coming from, and it could potentially be anywhere between the football field and the parking lot, and anywhere north and south, isn't it better to immediately first announce on your police radio that shots are fired so that the cavalry can come? Yes or no?
Yes.
The other things you brought up on direct to look for would be if there's any blood anywhere, correct?
Yes.
And if there's no blood in front of you or anywhere trickling towards the 1200 building or any other place, you move on and look for other things, correct?
Correct.
Like you brought up people fleeing, correct?
Yes.
And if you don't see anybody fleeing from anywhere, you keep looking and you try to find other stimuli to help you understand where the shots may be coming from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about something called tunnel vision, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you could be looking in a certain location, but then miss things on your periphery, correct?
Possible.
You can train all day long. You can take 24 hours, 10 days in a row. You still can't stop an officer from having tunnel vision when they're in a very stressful situation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And also auditory exclusion. No matter how much you train, there are officers that can still experience not hearing certain things when they're extremely stressed, correct?
Yes, sir.
These guys, your officers are human, correct?
Correct, sir.
And people handle stress differently, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next transmission, please. You have the next one? The one that I told you, I'll tell you what time. That would be at 2:23:55.
Explore up. Make sure we got you finished this over here. I need to shut down Stoneman Douglas. The intersection.
If it's appropriate to shut down a school, isn't the way that he said it consistent with his training to make sure that dispatch knows to repeat that and to actively then encourage officers to shut down the school?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever have training where you assume that the radios are broken?
No, sir.
Because without radios, officers are significantly hampered in their ability to learn real-time intelligence, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
Sure.
We don't train for radios being broken, but we do train active killers based upon sensory overload from fire alarms or gunshots or auditory exclusion to still move towards the threat.
You had mentioned on direct that if you think you're under sniper fire and you're certain of it, and that's what you're experiencing, you should say it over the radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
If that's one of 5 to 10 different scenarios, are you trained to get on the radio and say, here are the 10 things that I'm thinking I could possibly be faced with in real time? Number one, I think that there might be shooters in the parking lot. I think that there could be, you know what I'm getting at?
Yes, sir.
Are you trained to go through it in order, every single thing that you're possibly feeling or thinking in real time?
No, sir.
And if anything, you got officers, many officers at one time talking a lot, and you want to try to keep the airways as free as possible, correct?
Correct.
And so you want to be very selective in what you're saying over the radio, correct?
Correct.
So it's possible for an officer to feel like sniper fire could be a scenario, but not necessarily articulated on the radio, correct?
I'm not dispatcher. Dispatcher could hear it as it coming, and she'll tell the ear to stop
Say it again.
transmitting. I'm not dispatcher. Dispatcher will actually say stop the ear at 10-3 is a code we use to allow the person with the most pertinent information at that time to get the ear.
And isn't it true that when you respond to an active shooter scenario, one of the things that you're generically trained to think is there could be potential sniper fire, correct? Until you know otherwise, right?
No, sir. Not based upon the layouts we trained in and the way Broward County is built. Sniper fire is very specific.
If you don't know precisely where shots are coming from, shouldn't you assume that they could be coming from anywhere?
360 awareness, yes, sir.
And the truth is, you don't eliminate any possible scenario until you know with certainty, because you could lose your life otherwise. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
You train your officers that you do not leave their position of cover unless they have a plan and or know where the shots are coming from. Isn't that correct?
Based upon what situation, sir?
A hypothetical where you don't know where the shots are coming from, that it's not safe to leave your position of cover if you think you're going to be harmed, and just start guessing. Isn't that what your testimony is?
No, sir.
Isn't it your testimony that before you put a plan into motion, you've got to have some intelligence to know where to go and what to do? Isn't that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And first and foremost, it's consistent with your training to put the officer first, in that if he gets shot, he's of no use to anyone. Isn't that correct?
That's incorrect, sir, based upon the lesson plan.
Based upon what?
The lesson plan.
Do you remember giving a deposition on August 30th, 2022 at 2:40 p.m. and me asking you the following question? Line 9, page 16. And first,
Yeah, that's sustained.
do you remember giving a statement on August 30th, 2022, where a court reporter was present, and you rose your right hand and you swore to tell the truth? You remember that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not yet. Go ahead.
Do you remember me asking you the following question? And first and foremost,
That part's sustained. Just ask the statement. What's the statement?
question,
No. You're not the witness. What is the inconsistent statement that you are alleging the witness said? Ask him, did he say that statement? Go ahead, sir.
did you or did you not say correct when I asked you the following statement?
But his inconsistent statement is the word correct. Sidebar.
Why, as in to take cover?
Yes, why do you instruct officers who believe that they could be taken on sniper fire to take a position of cover?
If an officer is actively engaged in a gunfight with a sniper, you'll take cover for self-preservation.
If they believe and they can't see the shooter or shooters, but believe they could be harmed with bullets, shouldn't they be taking a tactical position of cover?
Define beliefs, sir.
One of your deputies believes, based upon what they've seen and heard, that they could be harmed by bullets, and they don't know where the shots are coming from. Don't you train them to ensure that they take a tactical position of cover so they're not killed?
Only to take a live fire or wrong combination, sir.
Okay.
If you hear a sound, we just don't take cover. We go towards the gunshots.
I understand. My hypothetical presupposed that you don't know from where the shots are coming from, correct? You understand that, right?
You wouldn't take cover because you don't know where the sound's coming from. You wouldn't just take arbitrary cover. You have to investigate.
Have any of your officers ever been confronted with a scenario where, because of the pronounced echo outside of a building and or reverberation, they literally don't know where the shots are coming from? Yes or no?
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
I want to refer you again to the active shooter policy, and I'm referring to 4.37 subsection C, and this is of Defense Exhibit number 2. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, could you turn it on?
This can all be on.
Sure. So even in the active shooter policy, the first line of subsection C is if real-time intelligence exists, right? Because there's scenarios where real-time intelligence is either difficult to discern or it doesn't exist, right?
Real time as in constant shots, that's real time.
Okay. But let's say in this hypothetical, you can't tell where the specific shots are coming from, correct? In the hypothetical that I gave you, it covers hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards in either direction. This incorporates that scenario, correct? You understand that, right?
That's the thing.
This does say if real-time intelligence exists, correct? That's the first part of this, correct?
Correct.
Then it says the sole deputy or team of, at this point we know he's a sole deputy, correct?
Correct.
It says deputies may enter the area. Let me make sure that's on here. I want to make sure that word exists. Does that word may appear in there?
Yes.
You would agree may suggests an option, correct?
Correct.
That word may existed in the policy on the day that my client was there at the school, correct?
Correct.
It was in there, because there are scenarios where an officer shouldn't have to risk his life when he knows that he could be immediately hit with gunfire the minute he moves from a position of cover. Isn't that correct?
Not in the context, sir.
Isn't it a fact that immediately after this shooting, that was changed to shall?
Objection's relevant, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the thing.
On the day of the shooting, it did say may, did it not, sir?
Let's strike that from the record as well. The prior-
Well, the prior question was objected to. There was no answer. The jury's not going to regard it. Your other request is not. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
The policy here on the day in question, when the shooting occurred, says may, correct?
If you scroll down, sir, it's in the bottom of the page.
I'm sorry?
If you scroll down to the bottom of the page,
Yes.
it will give the date when that policy was in effect.
Okay. We'd already discussed it. I think you said it earlier. It was in effect when the shooting took place, correct?
It's the effective date, yes, 3/28/2016 appears.
Okay. So we're crystal clear, we'll move on. It said a deputy, the sole deputy or deputies may enter. That's what it says, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that before you move towards a threat, you must first locate and identify the threat, correct?
You're trying to determine, yes, towards the threat, yes. You use your senses to find the intel. You move towards the threat based upon your senses, the intel.
And your training teaches officers to keep an open mind of all possibilities when they don't have information to the contrary, yes or no?
Define contrary.
To the alternative.
To
Because
what,
they
sir?
know otherwise.
To what, sir? What specific event or incident you're referring to as using your senses?
For example, if you think that there's one shooter, you have to assume that there's more, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's the +1 rule, correct?
Correct.
Until and unless you are told and you know with certainty that there's only one shooter, correct?
Correct.
If you think there may be 4 or 5 roaming around on campus, you have to assume that until you know with certainty that there's fewer. Isn't that correct?
Certainty as to responding or certainty as the number of shooters?
Sir, we're referring to hypothetically, a person's on the scene and he thinks that there may be 4 or 5 shooters. He has to keep believing that until and unless he's told with certainty and knows with certainty that there's fewer. Isn't that correct? That's what the training tells you.
The training says respond to shots being fired. It doesn't depend how many shooters you have. You still have to respond.
Specifically, sir, as it relates to how many shooters you think may be in your head, your training tells you to continue believing that there's multiple shooters, if that's what you believe, until and unless you know otherwise with certainty. Yes or no?
Yes.
As harsh as it is, officers are trained that if they do know where the shooter or shooters are located and they do go in, that they're not to stop and attend and give first aid if you're alone. You have to step over the bodies and continue on, correct?
If there's active shooting, yes, sir.
So it would have been contrary to policy if my client did know that the shooter or shooters were in the 1200 building, to go in and stop and begin to render aid to the first person that he sees, correct?
Correct.
You've instructed your deputies under situations like this. Remember, the cavalry is on their way, so it's better to hold in a position of cover than to expose yourself to unknown threats. You've instructed people under your supervision to do that, correct?
Based on that scenario, it doesn't apply to that. You have to read the whole entire scenario in context to give substance to that.
Isn't it a fact that you would be, your words, foolish to move and compromise your safety without having first some intel as to where the shooter or shooters are located? Yes or no?
Welcome, C-Swept, Farrell, everyone that's come in. Got another probably couple of hours here now, and then we're done. Pit at 1.25. Let's see the chat going. Sorry, I'm not engaging that much. I'm just chilling out. 2 a.m. here. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit. Bye, Farrell.
There is a difference, just so we're clear, between someone possibly violating a policy versus someone violating the law. Those are two different things, correct?
Correct.
You were just commenting on what you believe to be my client violating your policy, correct?
Which policy?
I don't know, whichever one, your training. I think Mr. Killoran asked you if you thought that he didn't do what he was trained. That's what you testified to, right?
In the context of not responding appropriately, yes.
Okay, but that's different than saying my client, you're not saying my client committed any criminal offense. That wasn't your testimony, correct?
Yeah, that's the same.
Okay. Let's play 228, please.
Just need those monitors off.
Well, I'm tired, but I'm not like sleepy. But I am, I'm obviously getting tired, but it's all good.
Please.
Thanks, C-Swept. It's all good.
Building 13 and 900 building.
Now, do not approach the 12 or 1300 buildings. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point.
Thank you. If hypothetically a person believes that there's shots fired between the 12 and 1300 building, by announcing it the way he did in real time, isn't that consistent with his training?
He's announcing and he needs to go in, yes.
Okay, that wasn't my question, sir.
Sorry,
And when you say he needs to go in, to the 1300 building?
if shots are being fired between the 12 and 13 building, you have to ascertain where the shots are coming from.
I understand, but if he doesn't know, and he's saying it's between the 12 and 1300 building, you're not suggesting he runs to the 1300 building and starts to go into there, are you?
I'm suggesting that he's based upon the shots fired, the last direction he got is to try to seek that particular direction.
Okay, so what does your training tell you? If he's, let's say he's considering 12, 1300 building, right? This is 228, so, we're already well into the shooting, okay? Tell me, between the 12 and 1300 building, what does training tell you as far as where to start? And just so you know, if the 1200 building is 73 yards long and the 1300 building is 73 yards long, and there's about 20 yards in between, and we're also including the areas around the 12 and 1300 building, what does training tell you? Where's he supposed to go?
Yeah, that's the same.
What does training,
That's right.
I'll ask him about training. I'll withdraw the question.
This is hypothetical.
Okay, hypothetically,
This gentleman wasn't there that day.
I understand.
Go ahead, sir.
Hypothetically, if someone believes that the shots are between the 12 and 1300 building and the immediate area around it, we're talking about approximately 200 yards from here. What does training tell you as to where someone's supposed to go?
Pick a building, and have your backup respond to the other building, but pick one, do something.
Okay. So what does training tell you if you start to run to the 1300 building, right? And what happens what happens hypothetically if someone's shooting in the parking lot? Aren't you taking yourself out of position because now you're in the 1300 building?
Series that said you're transmitting 12 and 1300, 12 and 13.
And
is
the
what-
areas around it.
The areas around it. You pick one. You gave a location which building you're gonna take, and the cavalry, as you said before, will pick the 1300 building, the parking lot. They know you didn't cover that area. They know specifically where you are.
That would leave all of this area and the 1200 building completely vulnerable, correct?
It's just one deputy, yes.
And so it wouldn't be, training tells you that you just go over here to the 1300 building and start looking? That's what you're telling us?
If that's what your census is telling you, that the shots are fired, you went left or right. The point here is to do something to mitigate lives being lost.
Well, monitoring a radio, that would be doing something, correct?
That's could be a stationary action.
And hoping at any moment that dispatch will tell you where the shooter or shooters are located. That's doing something, correct?
Based upon the training of an SRO, based upon active killer shooting, based upon policy, based upon lesson plans. You hear shots fired, you move towards it.
22902, please. Asking other officers, before we play that, getting on the radio and asking another officer if he or she knows where the shooter is located, that would be doing something pursuant to training, correct?
You're trying to get location, yes, intel.
Okay, so let's listen.
10-4, fire rescue is being notified.
Jerry, does he know where the shooter is?
Okay. So if hypothetically an officer asking another officer, Deputy Perry, does he know where the shooter is? The way that he said that, is that pursuant to training if he's trying to find out intelligence from another officer?
Okay, first of all, Deputy Perry, what's he doing?
In this hypothetical, he's with somebody who's injured and he announces that over the radio. And so my client then hypothetically then says, Perry, does he know where the shooter is? That's the scenario. You asked, so I'm giving it to you.
Yes, it's good.
In that scenario, isn't he doing what he's trained to do?
He's trying to ask him more information, yes.
That's using one of his senses, correct? To try to find out where the shooter or shooters are located, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me that you're hearing someone who doesn't know where the shots are coming from, correct?
How deep are we into the calls?
Do you know at 229?
Ms. Roberts, you're invading the province of the jury.
I'll move along.
Again, the jury's going to decide what the exhibits and evidence show and what they don't show. That is their decision to make. This gentleman was not present that day. His opinion on what the evidence shows or doesn't show is not relevant to the jury's determination. Go ahead, sir. Ask the other
At
question.
2:45, 4:25. Do you have it? We're going to move to State's Exhibit number 8 and play at 2:45, 25. I want you to listen to this. The last one we just played, if you recall, was from 2:29, so we're talking about 16 minutes later.
I mean, the judge says all that, but then what's the point of this witness then?
While he's setting that up, if you're not sure where shots are coming from, continuously scanning the area with your gun out is how you were trained to do that, correct? I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, correct?
I wouldn't stand in one position with a gun officer. I'm going to train to do that.
Scanning the area is something that you guys train people to do, correct?
Depending on the situation. If it's an active shooter,
It's all good,
stand,
Heidi. It's
move,
all good.
stand still.
We're nearly there. It's all
It's
good.
important to keep your gun out, correct? That's how you're trained, right?
Gunshots, yes.
Okay, so had my client put his gun away and folded his arms, let's say, that's not how you're trained, correct?
Correct. Yes,
So
sir.
having the gun out is something consistent with your training, correct?
Yes.
And if there are students hypothetically coming out of a neighboring building like the 700 building, officers are trained to tell them to get back, and move them to safety, correct?
Get back in what direction, sir?
Back into their classrooms because there's an active shooter, correct?
Not necessarily. If they're fleeing the area, they might be fleeing a shooter. We don't know what the shooter is.
If an officer believes that children are in harm's way, aren't they trained to get them out of harm's way? Yes or no?
Yes.
And if that officer believes that the safest place for them to go back to is the very classrooms that they just came from, isn't that consistent with training?
It can be, depending on the situation, sir.
If my client is a school resource officer and has both a police radio and a school radio, it's consistent with training for him to keep monitoring both, correct?
For his job responsibility, yes.
And while it would be more difficult to monitor both, if he's looking for all the information he can get, it would be prudent for him to be doing that, correct?
Looking at, I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
Listening to both his police and school radio is what he's trained to do to get the most real-time intelligence,
Yes.
correct? And if my client does have some helpful real-time intelligence, he's trained to then give that out to people who may be standing by him to help, correct?
Correct, that and via radio. Yes, sir.
And if he's asked to provide his school keys to officers so that they can gain access to certain classrooms, that's something that he'd be trained to do, to turn over his keys, correct? And not keep them for himself, correct?
I cannot give an opinion on that. I've never worked in a school, and I don't know what the school resource officer protocol is.
And if an officer is asked by a SWAT team to do hand drawings to assist them in the evacuation, that's something officers are trained to do, not to refuse, correct?
Correct.
Let's play that.
Three I had was from Coral Springs that called and advised he was.
283 was the 1200, 1300 building. Last time we heard the shots.
You did hear 1300 building last time we heard shots, correct?
Correct.
And an officer continuously updating on his radio where he last thought he heard shots, that's something you're trained to do, correct?
Yes.
It's important to let everybody know what you're thinking in real time, correct?
Correct.
There is no question that every time my client, strike that, every time an officer gives out information on the radio, they're doing it to try to be of service to other officers, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Based on that and redirect on this. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel.
Good afternoon.
I had a question about defense two and the language used in that. Just give me a shot. Thank you.
Is it on, Mr. Quick?
No, not yet. No.
Is the light on?
Sorry. Lieutenant Colonel, do you see where it says C?
Yes.
Deputies may enter the area.
Correct.
What does that mean?
May. It depends on the risk. So in this situation, there's shots being fired between those double doors back to those glass doors. I know the shots going on. I can see victims. At the same time, there's an incendiary device strapped against the door. It gives me an out as may. It's not saying shall. I go shall. I open a door. I'm taking everybody out. So I'll basically find an alternative to enter there. It gave us a like you don't have. You can't write policy for every possible scenario. So it gives us leeway to adapt based upon totality of circumstances.
And that example that you just used with the incendiary device, are deputies still trained that they have to seek out the active shooter or your scenario, the person with the bomb?
Your obligation is still find a threat.
So based upon the training, May doesn't obviate or get rid of your obligation to do something, does it?
Correct.
You must do something.
Based upon a lesson plan priorities of life, you have a duty, expectations before them.
Now, under cross-examination, you were asked about being selective in what is said over dispatch. Is that something that's trained?
No.
Explain.
As in what can you,
Being selective. In regards to, I'll be more specific, in regards to potential, or in regards to sniper fire. Are they trained, your deputies trained to say sniper fire if they believe there's sniper fire in the area?
you give as much intel. If it's sniper fire, you have to give it because it allows responding resources to plan it. A sniper fire, that means the person has an elevated position on you. Therefore, your tactics are going to change. The responding deputies, officers are going to respond differently. Tactics change. The more information you give on the scene, the better we prepare for it, and we recalibrate.
Based upon the dispatch audios that you heard, and I can play them again if need be, when Mr. Peterson's saying the 1200 building, would that be the hot zone?
If I was a responding deputy and it said shots fired 1200, I'm going directly to the 1200 building.
Because that's the hot zone.
That's considered a hot zone because shots are being fired at the 1200 building location.
On cross-examination, Ms. Argosh asked you about getting real-time intelligence from the dispatch. What's dispatch's job?
To relay information.
Real-time intelligence in the hypothetical where a SRO, school resource officer, is standing about 75 feet away from a building where shots are coming from the inside. Who's the real-time? What's the real-time intelligence?
The real-time intelligence is the deputy on scene, hearing the live feedback, stimulus, and giving updated information.
Now, in the hypothetical that Mr. Eyebush presented to you, testimony was elicited that if you go to the, looking at, defense identification F, that if you go over to the 1300 building, that some areas are vulnerable.
Correct.
In training for a lone solo deputy, are there choices? Are they trained that choices have to be made?
Yes.
And what are those choices based upon?
Live intel, stimulus.
And based upon that live intel, there might be an area of vulnerability
100%, yes, sir.
because of the violence. But the training is use your senses to detect what's going on and to decide what to do next. Is that what they're trained?
Intel and do something. Don't stand still, do something.
On cross-examination, you were asked about, Mr. Peterson, or in a hypothetical, students get back. And you stated something to the effect of, well, no. And why did you say no?
If students are fleeing from an area, are we stopping the students and trying to gather intel? They might be saying, hey, there's a shooter here. If not, we just basically send them back into the shooter.
So the training is based upon the stimuli, sound of gunshots, whatever it may be. Then you help to protect the students by telling them to get away from a specific building.
Right, correct.
You were also asked questions about providing the school keys or asked to do hand drawings. In your experience in the training, is that things that are done after the shooting?
The drawings?
Yes.
It can be live as if the person is removed from the scene or after, like, hey, what did we do wrong? Or at the scene, like, if you're removed from the scene and it's becoming warm, I need more intel. If you're no longer a player, actively involved as a contact member and SWAT responds or wherever, they're trying to get a bit of layout, to understand the layout because you are the subject matter for that particular building.
This isn't something that occurred, or is it in the training, is this something that occurs while the shots are being fired?
No, sir.
You were asked earlier about the verbiage, about the words used in the dispatch, whether you're trained to use certain words. And I can play it again, but the language at 245.25 from Mr. Peterson says something to the effect of between the 1200 and 1300. Last time we heard shots. Is the last time? Is that something that's trained to use that kind of words, last time, as opposed to the dispatch you heard earlier this morning?
It's basically saying the shots have ceased. The last time active intel was at that particular time, at that particular location between those two buildings.
So in terms of whether it's something present tense or something past tense, is that something trained, either at the academy or during training, something of importance to notify fellow officers what's going on?
You're giving them a point of reference. The last shots we heard was this particular location. It's going to be the vicinity, a starting point at least.
Based on that, you recross? Yes, just one question. Go ahead.
The prosecutor just asked you about the announcement on the radio, if you think there might be sniper fire, other people shooting on campus. Doesn't saying stay 500 feet away, doesn't that cover, isn't that how you're trained?
In any lesson plan, no, sir. I would not give an arbitrary number 500 feet. 500 feet in pertaining to what?
Should he have said 600 feet?
What's the reference?
If you believe that people, officers, teachers, students, parents coming onto the campus.
The fuck? Rin, you stupid cow! What the fuck are you sending me that for? I'm sorry for pausing, guys, but Erin! What the fuck? I don't expect you to send me stuff like that. Jesus Christ, Erin. Fucking hell. Oh, thank you so much, but I don't. What the, I'm just. Jesus. Erin, I don't know what the fuck. Stop it, Shelley, stop it. Everyone stop it. That's it. Shelley, you're too generous. You send me loads. Shelley, stop. Jesus Christ, people. Please. That's gobsmacked me. I'll play this, but I mean,
Could face potential sniper fire or someone wandering around with a gun in that area.
fucking hell.
Saying stay 500 feet away, doesn't that cover it? Isn't that how you're trained?
With specific follow-up information, sir, arbitrarily, I said 500 feet. 500 feet as someone actually shooting, 500 feet as an incendiary device. I need specific. We just arbitrarily just give it a distance. We don't.
Thank you, sir. You stated as witness excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he's doing that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you a quick restroom break. Same admonition.
Oh, thank you, guys. I mean, genuinely, I don't like.
The witnesses or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else till we reach the end of the trial.
I'll just sort of skip it, but like, sure, guys, you don't honestly. It helps me loads, you know that. But genuinely, like, bloody hell, like, I don't expect that. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Sean, as well. You know, I don't. Yeah, I hate stuff like this. I mean, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you very much, and that's why I do set up and do this. Fucking hell, I didn't expect that. Yeah, I know, but still, it's embarrassing. It's like, I don't know. I mean, thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, I'm just so used to it. Do you know what I mean? So really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Makes it worthwhile. Do you know what I mean? So see, Swept, thank you again, guys. You don't have to, literally don't have to. It's one of those things. I really appreciate it, you know, but it's like fucking hell. I am grateful though, but Jamie, don't, Jamie, you're another one. You sent loads, Jamie. Stop. To hang up. Put that on in a bit. No. Shit. I know, I gotta eat. I know. It's just I don't like asking for money. I hate stuff like that. I try and offer as much value as I can through memberships and stuff like that. You know, Amy. So, you know,
Back at those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated.
thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate you all.
Get those notepads back out.
Jesus, I was just shocked with that. I don't.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. When we took our afternoon break, we were still in the middle of the state's presentation. Again, as we have done a couple occasions previously.
I know I didn't ask or
based on the agreement of the parties, we're just going to press
reimburse
pause on
it.
the presentation at this point because of scheduling issues. We're going to jump forward to the defense presentation. They have a couple witnesses prepared to testify this afternoon. Mr. Aguilar, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Deputy Michael Kratz.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Shelley, stop it, Shelley. Shelley, stop it. Erin, shut. Erin. Fucking hell. I mean, that's like too much, Erin. Instant coffee.
Is what we're going to play. Need the TVs to be off. Yes, sir. Court Deputy, we're going to need the TVs off.
I've got no pillows yet, but I'll do taco
So if I could have
Erin,
all the way
stop
up here to
it.
witness
Thank
stand.
you.
Once you reach it.
All of you
so
stop
have a
it.
seat,
Thank you
stop
very
it.
much.
Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth,
Fucking
nothing but the
hell.
truth. Yes, sir. Please be seated. And sir, once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Michael Kratz,
I will.
K-R-A-T-Z.
I will.
M-I-C-H-A-E-L?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aguilar, you may inquire.
Good afternoon.
People think I'm
Deputy
weird.
Kratz.
I will.
Afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Broward Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been doing that?
Thank you very
I've
much,
been in law
guys.
enforcement. I just started my 36th year.
I am
You
smiling.
started back in 1988.
You don't know how much it means to me. Thank you
And
very
just
much.
Very briefly, just
Genuinely.
kind of like highlight what you've done in 36 years.
Everything from road patrol to criminal investigations to burglary apprehension team. Was on the motorcycle unit for 11 years, and I do road patrol, and I'm currently in the traffic unit again, but in a vehicle, not on a motorcycle.
Okay. And do you know Scot Peterson?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Scot Peterson?
When I was assigned to the Parkland district, Scott was a school resource deputy at the high school.
Marjory Stoneman?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about the interaction that you have with him.
It wasn't too much. Mainly, I would be at the school for traffic issues, traffic enforcement, crash investigation. Most of it would be times where if I wasn't available, Deputy Peterson would handle a crash, and maybe he would ask me to come by the office just to check over the report. He doesn't do that many, so I would look it over. So I'd meet him in his office. I've done that a few times. I was there a few times, several times for traffic complaints. I would go there for traffic enforcement. I would let him know some of the concerns we've had with traffic issues in front of the school. He'd come out and help. He'd put a traffic vest on and help direct some traffic to help the traffic flow in the morning without hesitation. So those types of things.
Would you characterize his demeanor as someone who was professional?
Yes, sir.
And was he helpful to you?
Very.
Did you ever see times where he evidences being a coward, anything like that?
No, sir.
Just the opposite?
Yes, sir.
Now, on February 14, 2018, during the shooting, where were you assigned?
The Parkland district.
And how did you first learn that there was something unusual going on the campus?
I was running radar at the time, assigned to the traffic unit, and dispatch came over the air, but it was very staticky. Mentioned something I really couldn't understand, but I heard District 15, which is another district. And then seconds later, it sounded like Deputy Peterson came over the air about an incident going on at the high school.
And so what did you hear Scot Peterson say over the radio?
Something to the effect of shots fired or possible shots fired.
And is it hearing Scot Peterson's voice that caused you to be aware that there might be something going on the campus?
Yes, sir.
If you didn't hear his voice, would you have continued just doing radar?
Yes, I wouldn't know there was an issue.
And by radar, just so we're clear, you're like aiming your radar at people and telling people
For
to
speed
slow down?
enforcement. Yes, for speed. Correct.
Okay. And was there a sense of urgency for you to get to the campus because of the way that he said it over the radio?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Well, I mean, if there's shots fired or possible shots fired, obviously anywhere, that's an urgent situation. You want to get there as quickly as possible.
And how long did it take you approximately to get there?
It wasn't that far. There was some congestion with traffic with maybe a minute and a half, less than 2 minutes.
Prior to hearing Deputy Peterson announce over the radio possible shots fired over at the school, had you heard on the BSO radio any transmission prior to that concerning the shooting?
Prior to Deputy Peterson?
Yes.
No, sir.
And you're aware that BSO has a different radio than Coral Springs, for example, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So the first transmission you hear is Scot Peterson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then did you listen on your radio after that time for any type of real-time intelligence?
I didn't hear anything on the way. Now I'm traveling code 3, which is lights and sirens. And the first thing I asked over the radio while trying to fight traffic and trying to pass school buses and whatnot was, is there a description?
You asked that.
I asked that, but I don't recall hearing anything between those 2 points that I remember.
Let's get to that point. I'm going to have the state play. Do you remember the exact time that you asked for a description?
I do not, but I believe it was maybe around 2:23. I don't know exactly the time.
Let's start it at 2:24, somewhere around there. Let's see if we can hear it.
State, which exhibit is this? Is this 8?
State 7.
7.
So 2:24:16, I think, is probably closer to where we might hear that transmission.
901,
We're talking about the 1200 building. It's going to be the building off of Holmberg Road. Any descriptions? I'm coming up on Westlake Middle. We don't have any description yet. We just hear shots, but there appears to be shots fired.
Did you hear your voice at all?
That was me asking for a description.
Okay. And then to that, my client responds.
Yes, Amy. So the defense are on now for the rest of today because the state run out witnesses till Tuesday. So it's the defense from now on today.
That we
They
don't have.
didn't have a description correct.
Okay. So did you find him responding to you to be helpful?
I mean, he responded to my question.
Yeah.
I don't know if it didn't really clarify anything, but he did respond to my question.
Got it. So you did know that you had no description yet, or at least he didn't have a description at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a 2:24, I think we see 2:24:30, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you arrived to the school alone or with someone?
I'm alone in my marked unit.
And by marked, that's the one that you can clearly see you're in a police vehicle, correct?
Yes, it was a Dodge Charger marked unit.
And did you have your bulletproof vest on or did you put it on?
I did not have it on. I had it sitting next to me in the seat.
And so what do? What's the next thing you do?
At that point, Deputy Peterson made a statement, an order on the radio about locking down, whenever I remember locking down the school and shutting down the roadway, the intersection. So that was pretty much about the same time, right about after I asked for a description, I believe. So at that point, I'm approaching West Glades Middle, which sits to the west of the high school. So I then decided per his order then to go ahead and shut the traffic down. And I called it dividing line. It was kind of the fence line between the middle school and the high school.
When you heard him ordering the school to be shut down so that people couldn't get on to the school, what were your thoughts? What did you think of?
That obviously you want to do, keep people out of the, possibly out of the danger area or hot zone or whatever was going on.
Okay. And so what's the next thing that you did?
So I immediately pulled up to that divider line. I was referring to that fence line because the two schools sit next to each other. And then while I was doing that, I observed a small group of children or high school teenagers on the inside of the fence line that runs parallel to Holmberg Road for the football field. They were coming towards me, kind of in a hurried manner, trying to get my attention. Or it would appear to me they were trying to get my attention. So instead of waiting for them to get all the way to me, I wanted to drive forward. Since we didn't have a description, maybe they can provide me with something, any intelligence that I can provide everybody else.
And did those kids give you any real-time intelligence?
I jumped out of the car, made contact with them. So I ended up moving further forward on the football field and I blocked the traffic there. And I asked them, and they weren't sure what it was, if it was gunshots, fireworks, or firecrackers. I asked them, what did they see? What did they hear? They couldn't give me any descriptions. They just kind of pointed in a generally easterly direction. They couldn't give me any information.
Just somewhere east.
They pointed in the easterly direction.
And when you asked them, up to that point, you still had no real-time intelligence as to where precisely the shots were coming from, correct?
No, sir.
Can you show us on the map just generally where you were? At least initially when you got there, and then where you move a little closer. So if you can come down, and if the football field is closest to you at the top, can you show us?
Holmberg, so this black line would represent that fence line separating West Glades Middle and Stoneman Douglas. My intention was to stop here, but I ended up moving a little further, maybe a third of the way up on they call it the 20 or 30 yard line on the football field is where I pretty much encountered the children. So
Okay, so where your finger is up at the
it's
top.
pretty much behind the bleachers. So I've got the roadway, the chain link fence, the grass, bleachers, and then
And you're clearly west of, if this is the 1200 building, you are west of the 1200 building?
yes, sir.
You can't see Scot Peterson from where you are, correct?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. And what's the very next thing that you did, sir?
So as I'm asking several times, can they provide anything? And they were not able to. So as I'm telling them to continue west and get out of the area towards West Glades Middle School, at that point I hear what sound like 4 to 5 gunshots.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say you then hear 4 to 5 gunshots?
About 4 to 5 gunshots, very loud gunshots.
And what did you do after hearing those loud gunshots?
I immediately got on the radio and I advised, because it sounded like they were coming from a southeasterly direction towards the east end of the football field, maybe like the other end zone.
Okay,
That's the direction it sounded like it was coming.
let's listen to that transmission at 2:25:08.
Tango 2, I hear shots fired by the football field. Shots fired by the football field.
Shots fired by the football field, heard.
Okay, so you can pause it. So that was you at 2:25:08 saying, I hear shots fired by the football field, shots fired by the football field, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, before we get to what dispatch responds, what radio are you putting that out on?
On our Broward Sheriff's Office, police radio.
Okay, and who did you want to hear that announcement?
Anybody that was there, anybody responding there, everybody that needed to know.
Did that include Deputy Peterson?
Absolutely.
And then dispatch responds, I think we heard shots fired by the football field.
And it sounded like they repeated what I said, correct?
Okay. When you said that, what was your intention? What did you want to see happen when you said it like that?
What did they want to see happen?
Yeah, I mean, did you want to be believed?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I said it as I heard it, and that's what I believed at the time. That was my perception of what was going on.
And when you said by the football field, what were you thinking in your head?
Well, by the football field, I mean, I'm not on the football field. I'm on the roadway stopping the traffic, and I have school buses behind me, 3 school buses. So I'm being mindful of that. And what I mean is, it sounded like it was coming in a southeasterly direction towards, so I'm at an angle on the roadway. So the football field would have been an angle, and that's the direction it sounded like it was coming from me, and they were very loud.
Did you ever think that these shots were coming from inside a building?
At that time, I didn't think so. I was focusing on the football field. Again, we had no description. I didn't know if it was 1 shooter, 2 shooters, 3 shooters. I didn't know if it was a man, a male, female, white, black, Asian. I had known nothing. So at that point, I'm focused on what I heard.
So it never came over the BSO radio that you were looking for somebody in a burgundy shirt,
Not at that point, no.
ROTC shirt,
Not at that point.
black pants,
Not at that point.
white male?
Not at that point.
That never came over BSO's radio, correct?
No.
And so when you say, I hear shots fired by the football field, shots fired by the football field's not indoors, it's an outdoor football field, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your mind, were you thinking that there was, you said that you didn't know if there was one or multiple shooters?
I had no idea.
And however many you thought there were, did you think that they were actually on the football field somewhere?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
I mean, that's, it is leading, that's open. Go ahead, sir, you can answer the question.
I mean, I guess at that moment, I heard him coming from that direction, so at that point, I guess I assumed they were in that general area. Outside, it was very loud.
And the next thing you did was what?
So I immediately ran to my car. I was still at the fence line, ran back to my car, grabbed my vest, threw it on, ran to my truck, grabbed my AR-15 rifle. Because I now have 3 school buses behind me. It could be a couple hundred kids. I'm now mindful of that. And now I have it stuck in traffic because we don't want them to go into the hot zone, plus some other vehicles. And because I'm taking shots coming from a football field, all I have for any type of cover at that point is, there's me, a 6-foot see-through chain link fence and some bleachers. So I immediately ran back to the back of my car when I got my rifle. And I looked back because when I saw the buses pull up behind me in an SUV, and I waved to the one driver to get down because I wasn't sure what's going on. And then I would say pretty close after that, a person, I don't remember who it was, ran parallel to the fence on the inside of the fence, yelling there was somebody was shot and pointed east, just an easterly direction.
Was that person specific as to where the person was injured? Any specific location?
No, the person just pointed in an easterly direction from the other side of the fence.
Okay. Did you make another announcement over your radio shortly after announcing shots fired, shots fired?
Shortly after that is when I had a male, at that point, I believed he was maybe a coach by the way he was dressed, and he was escorting what I'm assuming was a student. I think he had pants on, and it appeared he had a gunshot wound to his leg. So he was also now walking on the other side of the fence towards me. So I ran up to him, confronted, look, he had a gunshot to his leg, and that's when I got on the radio and advised we have a gunshot victim. I then stayed with them because I'm trying to be mindful of the school bus with all the students on it. And I'm very close to the hot zone. So I escort them down the fence line with my rifle to get them out of the area, to get them immediate first aid.
Let me play 22542 and ask you if you recognize your voice.
Attention all units now working to signal 33, go to Bravo channel for regular traffic.
Some students say they thought it was firecrackers, and we're not sure, by the football field.
Okay. So that was your voice, right?
I believe that was repeating what the children told me prior to that. So I forgot about that.
And so again, this is now you repeating by the football fields, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And this is while the shooting is going on, correct?
So that'd be shortly after I heard the gunshots. Yes.
Okay. And what's the very next thing that you did?
So when I made contact with assumed he was a coach, and the student, they were on the other side of the fence. So I had my rifle. I wanted to get them out of danger so we can get immediate first aid. I escorted them with my rifle down the fence line. They followed me, being mindful of the school buses behind me that I have blocked. And I brought them further down towards the western end zone, at which time I see Deputy Marchese walking in my general direction, and extremely loud. There's sirens, there's police cars. It's quite chaotic at that point. And I'm yelling at him. His first name is Louis. I'm screaming, Louis, and he can't hear me. I'm screaming several times. I said, I have a gunshot victim. So I walk him further, escort them further down. School buses are here, and I turn him over to Deputy Marchese, which is Louis, so he can bring him further to the middle school to get him out of the area and request rescue.
Can you describe for the jurors how well your BSO radio was working that afternoon?
That afternoon, I had quite a bit of static and a lot of what I call toning, busy signals. When you would key the microphone, you would just get a solid tone. So it just wasn't working properly at that time, and I had a lot of that problem.
Was the staticky scenario making it difficult at all to hear some of the transmissions?
Anytime there's static, it makes it more difficult.
And when you said the toning, when you hit your button to convey information, was that making it difficult for you to put out information?
It makes it impossible to put out information, so you have to keep trying until it stops.
Was this the first time you ever had problems with the BSO radio?
No, sir.
When did you have problems?
Periodically within the district on a normal day. Our Parkland is pretty much extreme northwest of the county, so there's times you could be all the way out west of the district and you would have that problem. I would even have problems with connectivity on my laptop because you're so far west. There's times in the district office, the radios they'd call you and you'd have to step out into the parking lot to transmit.
Did you ever complain about the radios?
Yeah, yes, the supervisors knew, and I believe it was reported to the people that need to know. So it had been an ongoing issue.
When you heard the shots coming from the football field, did they seem close to you or far to you?
It appeared to be coming from that direction by the football field on the east side, but it just seemed extremely loud and almost like they were 30, 40 feet away. I mean, I knew he wasn't right there, but that's how loud it sounded. So when they were that loud coming from that area, and I'm kind of in the open, just a chain link fence, I remember saying to myself, excuse my language, that son of a bitch can see me, but I can't see him, thinking maybe they were shooting at me. I wasn't sure.
You used in your last response, he, and you also used they. Did you ever know in real time whether you were dealing with a he, one person, or multiple?
Not at all. I apologize. I just automatically used the
No,
word
don't
he.
apologize.
Whoever that person was, he or she, it could be they, it could be both. I just did not know who it was. I didn't know. I had no description. So that was my perception at the time.
Did you ever include as a possibility that there could be potential sniper fire in the scene?
At that point, anything was possible.
So are you trained to exclude that as a possibility until you see evidence of it, or include it as a possibility and act accordingly?
We have to keep all possibilities open until they're excluded, of course.
Is that why you took a position of cover?
At that point, because it seemed like it was so close and so loud that all I had was that 6-foot chain link fence. So I just immediately, after getting my rifle, I immediately took a quick position behind my car. That's all I really had for solid cover until things moved along.
Did you see other officers taking positions of cover?
Shortly after, yes.
Who did you see?
So shortly after that, I had maybe 2 or 3 Carl Springs police cars that pulled up to my position. One of the cars for sure pulled up along to the right of my car. 2 of the Carl Springs, they were males, took position up behind their car, and then a female Carl Springs officer took position up behind my car.
We know in retrospect that it wasn't accurate what you say, because there wasn't any shooter or shooters at the football field, correct?
I know that now after the fact, yes.
But in real time, when you gave that information, you were being honest, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't get it right, but you were trying to be honest, correct?
Yes, sir.
That happens. Does it happen a lot in law enforcement where you try to be honest and then just not get it right?
I'm going to object to the question in terms of relevance as well.
Yeah, that's sustained as to relevancy. Go
Has
ahead,
that ever-
sir. Ask another question.
Has that ever happened to you where you give out what you believe to be information that's accurate, but it turns out not to be accurate?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, ask another question.
The total amount of shots that you heard that afternoon was how many?
The 4 to 5, I'd never heard any before or after.
And when you heard the 4 to 5, you didn't know it at the time where the shooter was, but did you later learn where the shooter was when you heard the 4 to 5?
Through the investigation of the past 5.5 years, I've learned that he was up somewhere pretty much on the 3rd floor. But at the time, I did not know that.
And did you know whether he had made his way yet to the teacher's lounge or whether he was in the middle of the 12th? The 3rd floor?
Upon reviewing some of the timelines that provided, it appeared that he was, I believe, somewhere about in the middle, somewhere.
So when you heard the 4 to 5 shots, he had yet to start his shooting outside the teacher's lounge, correct?
It appears so, yes.
Did you think that your radios were patched with Coral Springs at the time?
At that time, no, I did not believe that.
You what?
I did not believe that to be the case. Well, if they did, I didn't know it. I wasn't hearing any unusual voices from Carl Springs or any unusual call signs that I would not recognize.
Did you ever get the chance to speak to Scott after the incident?
After the incident, we were asked much later at night, maybe 8:30 at night, we were asked to come back to the command post. And I saw Deputy Peterson there, and he seemed to be, I don't remember if I spoke to him or not, but he definitely appeared to be visibly emotional, like he was teary-eyed, and he was very upset, and obviously he was going through a time, and I didn't think it was really appropriate at that time to interfere. So I did see him, but I don't believe I spoke with him. I don't recall.
Deputy Kress, thank you for your service. I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good to meet you.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Deputy. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How you doing today?
I tend to speak pretty quickly. If you need me to slow down at all, like the court reporter always wants me to, you just let me know.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Now, earlier, Mr. Aguilar asked you about a time at 2:24:16 when you were when Mr. Peterson responded to a question about a description.
Yes, sir.
Did the answer that Mr. Peterson, or the answer that Mr. Peterson gave you was in response to your question, correct?
Yes, sir.
Meaning he could hear you.
Yes, he responded, so I would assume, yes, he could hear me.
And earlier under questioning, you spoke about locking down the school. Did you stay in your area? And I'm actually, Your Honor, I can use this map. I'm showing you what's already evidence of stage 1. Do you recognize this area?
Yes, the football field area, yes.
Normally there's a pencil, but it's not working, so I'm just going to point. If I'm incorrect where I point, please,
Sure,
please tell me.
absolutely.
So your testimony was that you anticipated or planned on parking around there.
I think move your finger for a
Sorry,
second.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And you saw students coming from this area,
Say about in the middle.
about there?
About, yes.
Okay. And there's a fence that divides where the students were and where you were, correct?
A chain link fence. Yes, sir.
So from that area over there, you moved forward to gather intelligence from them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you moved forward, well, moving forward to gather intelligence in an active shooter situation is something you're trained to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
The students pointed east. Is that correct?
Just generally,
Just general.
easterly direction. Yes,
Easterly
sir.
direction.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wouldn't have learned that easterly direction unless you inquired to get real-time intelligence and move forward to ask the students that, right?
Yes, that was the reason why I did what I did, to try to gather as much intelligence as I could to pass along to whoever, to everybody that needed it.
Because gathering intelligence, as you learned in training, is really important in these types of situations.
It's critical.
Critical.
It's very important.
Now, ultimately, you encounter a kid who was shot in the foot. Do you remember his name? If I say his name, will you recognize it?
I apologize. I'm not sure.
And that's okay. That's fine. But you see someone who's shot in the right foot, who's being helped out by an adult.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you saw that child, you immediately tried to help him, correct?
Yes, I approached them at the fence line and I escorted them. I was on the other side of the fence, but with my rifle, I wanted to get them to safety, being mindful of the 3 school buses behind me. So I was constantly looking back, not knowing where the shooter might be. And I walked them down the fence line almost completely to West Galate's middle, where I handed them
where
off
you were originally going to stop.
in that general area, and then handed them off to Deputy Marquez.
Did you actually try to get the kid over the fence?
No, I just stayed with him, and then Deputy Marquez took over after that.
Because you were trying to protect the kid who was shot.
Yes,
the
sir.
other adult.
Absolutely.
Now, you stated on direct examination that the shots were extremely loud.
That's what I perceived.
Yes. I know this is a hard question to answer, but can you just describe for the jury how loud? Was it like rock concert loud? How loud was it?
I mean, it wasn't.
Stop that for a minute. I'll show you now. It's easier. Bear with me 2 seconds. I gotta show you because we're just talking about it. Hang on. Share screen. Sorry, guys. I'll just show this. I hope Erin's here. So that's what I was trying to post to get you to Lady Law. We were just talking about tacos just before you came here. And Erin generously said, well, not just Erin, but loads of people, Shelley, Jamie, everyone. I don't know. This is what all I got. It was happy birthday, excited utterance, happy birthday. Yeah. Anyway, it was a funny thing. So I went looking for tacos, signs for Erin. I'm not sure she's here. So anyway, you've all seen it. That's what I was trying to post in the bloody chat. Right, let's get back to the thing now, and when I can figure out how to get back to it. It's magical.
I wouldn't call it rock concert loud, but loud enough to where
Well, you're gonna have to grift for it. It's in your money. It's like $450. So we're gonna have to grift for that one.
it felt like it was pretty darn close.
And you thought, while you were positioned approximately there, you said about the 30-yard line,
That's fair.
that you thought it was perhaps around the end zone.
The general area where your finger is, yes.
Okay. And that's where you were hearing the shots from?
That's where I perceived it to be coming from, that general area.
Now, you had
Car's number.
testified 3 school buses behind you that were stuck in traffic.
Because where I was stopped, so just after I heard the shots, those vehicles that I passed getting there now caught up, and it's one lane with curbs on both sides, so there's nowhere for them to go.
Okay.
So now trapped behind me, and now I feel obligated to protect those students also.
Is that area right around there?
Same area, we're pretty much right where my car was, yes,
And you felt obligated to protect those students in the school bus?
absolutely.
How did you protect them?
Well, I was there, and I'm constantly being mindful and watching around for a subject with a firearm while the bus is behind me. So even while I was escorting the shooting victim, I'm constantly looking back and scanning around while escorting him down, because I don't know what I'm looking for other than obviously somebody with a firearm, because we had no description at that point.
So even when you were escorting the child who was shot and the adults down to the west side, you're aware of trying to protect the school buses behind you.
Absolutely,
And that's something you're trained to do, to take action.
absolutely.
In that
He was
situation,
very
still
generous
wouldn't
if
have
I
held the children
did
in the school
trying
buses,
to
right?
send me money.
Not in my situation.
In
I'm
your-
speaking
I'm
for
talking about
myself.
yours, just
My
your
situation, it would have not served any purpose to just stand there. So I was moving around.
Now, you never saw Mr. Peterson. He was completely on the other side, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, the dispatches that were played, I can play for them again if you would like me to. When you report the football field, is that information that you're gathering from the students that they're saying that there's a shooting?
No, that's from my perception of where I heard the gunshots.
The reason you stayed in this area is based upon the instruction of the first deputy on scene, telling you, as one of the next responding officers, to lock down that area, including Holmberg,
For the
correct?
school to be locked down and the intersection, the roadway. Yes, and then at one point, to keep everybody back about 500 feet, I believe there was a transmission of keeping people off the sidewalk area.
So that's why you stayed in that area and didn't go towards what you would perceive to be the sounds of gunshot.
Yes, sir.
If you had not heard that, testified about, the static radio, if you had not heard that, locked down the area or stay back 500 feet, you would have approached the areas where you thought the gunshots were coming from.
I would have continued on trying to find exactly where Deputy Peterson was, and then continued on to assist on trying to find what was going on in the bed.
Because your training is to go towards the sound of gunshots, correct?
That's correct.
And if you don't hear gunshots, your training is to try to collect as much intelligence, as much stimuli as possible. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And standing in that position, if not already previously ordered to do so, wouldn't accomplish that, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall being told over your radio by Mr. Peterson that the shooter was in the 1200 building on the second or third floor?
I believe the very beginning, I heard possibly building 12 or 1200, but at the very beginning, but I don't know the layout of that school. I've only been to his office, so that at the time didn't really mean a whole, I mean, it means something, but I would have no clue where that was, me personally.
If not ordered to stay back there, would you have approached the building to try to figure out where the 1200 building was?
Yes,
Once again, that's real-time intelligence you want to gather.
of course.
When the Coral Springs officers pulled up, were they in 3 separate cars, do you recall? If you don't, it's
I
okay.
don't remember how many cars pulled up, but there was definitely 3 officers, 2 males, 1 female.
And you were in a position of cover when they got out of their cars?
Yes, and I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes, okay, so you saw them take a position of cover. You were already in a position of cover.
yes, the 2 males took a position of cover behind their marked unit, and the female officer took position of cover behind my unit.
But then eventually they moved, though, correct?
It was sometime later, yes. I believe it was after we finally worked the way out to unclog the traffic, get everybody out, is when they disappeared. At that point, there's law enforcement absolutely everywhere.
Just one more try. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Based on that, you redirect. Yes, go ahead.
questions, Deputy.
Yes, sir.
Are you trained to keep people out of a crime scene?
Out of a crime scene, yes.
And are you trained to keep people away when you think that they might get harmed?
Of course.
Also, you testified that you moved towards those students because you saw them and thought they might have some real-time intelligence to help you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had you not seen those students, you would have stayed where you were, correct?
Correct.
Also, you said that intel, meaning intelligence, information is everything, correct?
Very important.
So you continued to monitor your radio after you arrived on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And during the shooting, did anyone ever, either dispatch or any officer, announce to you that shots were being fired from inside the 1200 building?
When I was by my vehicle and the Carl Springs officers were, well, the female was with me behind my vehicle and the other two Carl Springs officers were taking cover behind theirs. One of the male officers from their vehicle yelled over to me, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "What? I didn't hear anything on my radio." And he said it like 3 times. They go, "What are you hearing?" He said to me, "Possible shooter and victims in a 3-story building." I think he said possibly on the 2nd or 3rd floor. I said, "Where are you getting that from?" He says, "Our dispatch." And I said to myself, that was my aha moment, that they're receiving real-time information that we're not getting on our radio. And that's when I realized that's an issue.
So Carl Springs had that information and it had not come over your BSO radio, correct?
Correct. So I immediately got over the radio to our dispatcher. And I said, "This is what the information I just received from a Carl Springs officer. Can you make contact with their dispatcher to verify?" So I put that out immediately.
Okay. And that would have been after the shooter is gone, correct?
I didn't know at the time,
Right.
but I believe I learned now this.
Okay. And also, at what point do you learn that the shooter is in custody? Where were you and what were you doing?
We were pretty much still in that position. And I believe sometime later, another officer from another agency, after learning that he had already left the campus, he blended in with the children. They made contact with him at another location out in Carl Springs.
When you heard that Carl Springs knew the specific location of where shots were coming from, is it at that moment that you learned that your radios had not been patched?
Yes, I assume that because they were hearing it. I never heard that information on my radio.
Who is responsible for getting those radios patched so that BSO officers can hear all the things that Carl Springs is getting?
Judge, I'm going to check the outside scope and my personal knowledge.
Well, the outside of the scope is overruled. The other one is overruled, so I don't want you to guess. If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question, or if you don't, you can say, "I don't know."
Our dispatch system or our duty officers are generally the ones who put that together. They have the ability, only through many years of seeing it done, and not personally, but I mean, over the radio, where they'll patch 2 different channels or use a common channel, common talk channel, where you could put other agencies, other districts together for a common talk group.
And you've experienced that before, correct?
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you ever hear the radios get patched?
So I can't say they didn't do it. I can tell you that the information that Carl Springs was telling me, I never heard come over our radio, out of my microphone.
Thank you, Dick.
You're welcome.
Based on that, Angry Cross.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Questions. Deputy, when you heard that real-time information from Coral Springs, you immediately put it out over there, correct?
Yes, I put over
Why?
there
Why?
because it was important.
Now, the real-time information that you would receive based upon training and experiences, first officer on scene,
I apologize. Can you repeat that, please?
based upon your training and experiences, it would be correct to say that a very good source of real-time information is from the first officer that arrives at a scene.
First officer and whoever has the best advantage of seeing or hearing what's going on.
Nothing further on. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Igosh is witness excused.
He is, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Have a good day.
While he's doing that, defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Lieutenant Michael DeVita.
Please be seated. Sir, once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way forward as far as it will go, can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Devita, D-E-V-I-T-A.
Mr. Igosh, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, Mr. DeVita. And I say Mr. because you're no longer with the BSO, correct?
That's correct.
All right. At the time, however, of the shooting, you were, correct?
That's correct.
And how long had you served in law enforcement?
A total of about 28 years,
And when did you, I'm assuming it was retirement?
about a year and a half ago in December.
What do you do now?
I worked for a family business restaurant.
Okay. Now, Did you spend all 28 years with Broward Sheriff's Office?
No, sir. I worked for 25 years for the Broward Sheriff's Office, and I worked for just under 3 years with the Seminole Tribe.
Your rank on the day of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas shooting was what?
Lieutenant.
And is that higher than sergeant?
Yes, it is.
What district were you assigned to?
I was assigned to Parkland. Sorry.
And were you a supervisor of Scot Peterson?
Yes,
How long did you know him?
I would have to say roughly just under 10 years.
Okay. Describe for the jurors your interactions with him as his supervisor for 10 years and what kind of deputy he was.
I had to be, I transferred around the sheriff's office a little bit, so I first met him, or I first worked with him when I was the criminal investigation supervisor in Parkland. I was assigned there 3 different times, so that was my second assignment there. And one of my ancillary duties as a criminal investigation supervisor was also to supervise the school resource officers while I was there.
And how did he perform his duties?
Very well, very well. Scott received the Deputy of the Year in Parkland for the Parkland District, as well as multiple times the SRO of the Year.
And SRO is School Resource Officer of the Year, correct?
Yes, sorry.
And do you recall what year he received Deputy of the Year?
I believe that was 2016.
So that would have been within 2 years of this incident, correct?
Correct.
And what types of cases did he handle?
If I may for a second, like the school resource officers, I believe there was 5 in the city, and we would kind of pick on the guys that worked at the elementary school, be like, oh, you guys gonna do puppet shows for the kids today? That wasn't the same as the high school. The high school was a working man's job and a working person's job. There were fights, there were drugs, there were thefts, plenty of things to keep the school resource officer busy at that school.
And you're specifically referring to Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
That's correct.
And did you have firsthand knowledge of my client being involved in the investigation of all those particular crimes?
Absolutely.
Did you know him to get involved in violent altercations to try to separate kids?
Definitely.
Did you ever know him to wait on the sidelines and not jump in?
No.
Were there times where he would jump in even without any backup?
Absolutely.
Let me take you back to February 14, 2018. How did you learn first that there was something going on at the school?
I was on the phone at my desk taking a complaint from a citizen regarding that accident report. So I wasn't monitoring the radio or my computer. I looked down at my cellular phone on my desk and saw I had a text message that I didn't hear come in. And I took a look at it, and it was a fellow lieutenant who was then the SWAT commander asking me, his name's Chris McCoy, asking me what's going on at the school. So while I'm mid-sentence talking to the gentleman, I open my laptop and I observe every single deputy that I have assigned in the city is on a current call at the high school, and it says shooting. So I immediately ended my phone call with the gentleman, so I have to go, and I hung up. And I alerted Captain Jordan that we have to get to the school.
Did you have a BSO police radio with you?
I did.
And did you begin monitoring your police radio?
I began to monitor it at that point because I was, ended my phone call and I needed to try and hear what was going on.
Prior to talking on the telephone, were you monitoring your police radio?
I was not.
So you began monitoring it at that point?
Yes.
And did you hear anything that indicated to you, where to go, where the shooter or shooters may be?
At that time, nothing specific as far as where on campus.
Are you familiar with the campus, by the way?
Vaguely, yes. I didn't spend a lot of time there, but
You had visited the school?
yes.
All right. And so what's the first thing that you hear on your police radio as you're monitoring it?
I remember hearing deputies yelling shots fired. It's 5 years ago. It's really, I heard a lot of it afterwards. Like, I don't remember exactly what I heard at that particular time.
Okay. And what happens? You report to the school with who?
With Captain Jordan.
And are you riding together? or
Yes.
separately?
Yes, rode together. I drove.
And is this a marked unit?
No, it was an unmarked unit.
And what do you do when you arrive?
I see a whole line of parents, like vehicles waiting to pick their children up. I go around them up over the sidewalk and I arrive at the front doors of the school.
Was it your understanding that this was, school was letting out at any moment?
Yes, it was.
That's why you saw parents there?
Yes, it was roughly about 2:28, 2:29 that afternoon.
And if there's a potential active shooter on campus, does your training tell you to allow the parents and kids to come into the school?
No.
Tell the jurors why that wouldn't be prudent.
Well, in an active shooter situation, you don't want to add more potential victims to the scenario. So you don't want to invite more people into the school.
And is the area now around the school, is that a crime scene?
Yes,
Do you want parents, kids, people coming into the school and invading on a crime scene?
absolutely not.
And that's how you're trained, correct?
Correct.
In your close to 30 years in law enforcement, had you ever been trained to do the opposite and let people into the scene at an active shooting?
Never.
And so what's the next thing you do when you arrive at the school with Captain Jordan?
We enter into the administrative offices, the 100 building.
And what happened next?
We had to be let in. The doors were locked. Somebody came and opened the door. All the employees that were in there were hiding behind their desks. So it made me believe that it's possible that it was close by.
And what happened next?
Captain Jordan got on her radio to advise that we were on, or she was on scene.
How was her radio working at that moment?
I think initially it keyed up fine. And it didn't take long for it to stop working. So
Tell the jurors what you mean by that.
there's a situation that occurs, and it's occurred more than once with the radio system with BSO, where a high priority call or situation arises. News travels very fast. Everybody starts to turn their radios to that channel to hear what's going on, whether they're there or not. They're listening to it real time, and it causes the system to what they call throttle. And I'm no technical wizard at this stuff, but with too many users on the radio on the same channel, there's only so much bandwidth that they can use up before you start getting a busy signal. Every time you try to keep the radio, it gives a signal back at you to let you know that your transmission is not going out. No one can hear what you're trying to say.
Do you believe that the radio system that you were given to use on that day was adequate?
I do not.
And so what did Captain Jordan do after she was able to finally be able to key into her radio?
She advised dispatch that she was on scene and basically takes command at that time.
And what happened next?
I saw her getting a phone call, and I just felt like with everybody hiding, I wasn't comfortable standing right in that area. So I went out basically into the main entrance of the school, big red gates and doors behind me, and I covered down on a courtyard, a very vast, wide courtyard.
I want to ask you a little bit more about your radios at that point. Did they ever become okay throughout the time that you're there?
No, not until everything was completely over.
Okay. So from the beginning of the time that you're there till everything's all over, how would you describe the BSO radio system?
It was spotty at best. Some people could get through. I imagine being inside the school with the cement walls and the roofs and everything, it's probably made the situation worse.
So just so we know, when you have cement walls, is it better than to step forward away from the cement walls to try to get better use out of your radio?
Probably.
And was this the first time you ever experienced problems with your BSO radio?
No.
When did you experience problems before?
There was a previous critical incident at the Fort Lauderdale International Airport where they experienced the exact same issue with the radios. But Parkland in particular was very undeveloped in the northwest corners. It was all brand new construction. And we had experienced problems using the radios out in those areas as well. Suspected that we might need another repeater or a tower somewhere to help the signal get to those far-reaching areas. And it was never addressed.
The problems you said that existed at the airport, for example, how long before the Marjory?
Yeah, that's the same. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
Did you ever write in and complain about the radio system?
I had.
No, that's what rule. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the question.
I had, between myself and the previous district commander, we wrote memos and emails to the communications director to try and get some assistance in getting the radios working in those far out northwest areas.
Okay, so tell us what happened next.
While maintaining cover and watching this courtyard, I can tell you that there were no shots being fired at any time while I was there. So my concern was the shooter or shooters looking for an egress, looking for a way out. And I was kind of watching that area that was otherwise uncovered by anybody.
You said shooter or shooters. Did you know how many there were?
We have no idea.
So how are you trained to think?
There's a rule called the +1 rule, where there's one shooter, there could be two. So you're always looking, you never get fixated on one particular area or one person. You have to kind of keep a broad view. You don't know how many there could be.
And when you leave the building 100, do you just walk around upright with no issues?
No, I didn't leave the area immediately. Other officers began to arrive from Coral Springs, literally right behind me. and they had no way of getting in, so I had to back up, open the door with my hand, and allow them to enter.
Were you concerned about getting shot at all?
Of course,
So what did you do to avoid that horrible scenario?
right up until I let those police officers in, I was positioned behind the big cement column, looking straight down the corridor, not the corridor, but the wide vestibule area.
And Captain Jordan never turned to you and said, hey, let's go to the 1200 building because we know where the shooter's located.
No,
So did it seem like she also had no idea where the shooter or shooters might be located? Objection, speculation.
Yeah, that's a sting.
Did she ever gesture in any particular direction?
no.
And why do you take a tactical position of cover when you're at that school?
Again, there was a report of shots fired. The people that I encountered when I first got there seemed very upset and scared, hiding under a desk. I thought it was nearby, and I went out to basically further protect them. And assuming that there could be a shooter or shooters out there, I kept myself behind a cement column and kept my rifle pointed downrange.
Using something made of cement is a strong choice, correct?
Yes,
And did you ever make your way to the 1200 building?
I did.
Tell the jurors how you did that and why.
The Coral Springs police officers asked me where the 1200 building was, and I let them know it was on the north side of the school. And they said, can you take me there or take us there? And I said, yes, let's go.
Did you know whether the radios were patched at that point?
I can tell you they were not,
How do you know that?
because the stuff that they were hearing on their radio, I wasn't hearing on mine.
How did that make you feel in that moment?
Like, the radios failed us.
What happened next?
As I started traversing towards a north-south corridor to make my way to the north side of the building, the Coral Springs group stopped at a door to the auditorium. They seemed hesitant to walk past any doors without checking to see if they were either locked or who was inside them.
So even they were very hesitant as they're moving on campus, correct?
That's correct.
And what happened next?
They made entry into the auditorium. I stayed in the hallway to cover their back. They asked a bunch of questions of the kids that were in there, instructed them all to stay in place, asked them if they saw anybody or anything. I don't think they gathered any intel from that questioning. Eventually, they emerged out of the auditorium, and we continued to move towards that hallway to get to the north side of the school.
What happened next?
They stopped and checked every door on the way there. Luckily, everything was secured and locked, so we didn't have much more of a delay in that regard. I could see a figure way up at the end of this hallway, and I called out something that we do tactically to make sure we don't shoot each other. I called out blue, blue, which basically is a code for police. We're friendlies. And the person at the end of the hallway waved us on and said, come on, come on. So we kept traveling to that corner of the north side of the school.
Is that a realistic concern that officers have around other officers at a scene that you could be shot?
Yes.
Explain to the jurors why that might happen.
People work in police work in various stages of dress. It might be detectives, plain clothes, or the regular Class B uniform. If I knew I had detectives with me that were in plain clothes, I mean, it's not normal to see people in plain clothes walking around with rifles and their guns out. So we always want to try and call out ahead and make sure they know that we're friendlies and don't shoot us.
Was it helpful having fewer people on campus to deal with?
Of course, yes.
And so how long did it take you to get from the building 100 to the area that ultimately became where my client was?
Anywhere between 5 and 7 minutes, I would imagine.
Okay. And then what happened?
I observed Scot Peterson standing there. He had the school radio in one hand and his police radio in the other. He was trying desperately to get information from whoever was on the other end of that school radio. I later learned that that person was monitoring video and watching video footage of the actual shooting, trying to gather information as far as the whereabouts of the shooter.
So anyone who says that my client was standing there doing nothing, that wasn't your understanding, correct?
Well, yeah, the objection is sustained pitting one witness's testimony against another. Again, the jury will decide that. Go ahead, sir.
You saw my client on both his police and school radio, correct?
That's correct.
And when you were there, you said that you saw him on his school radio and you believed he was trying to get information, correct?
Yes.
And what else did you see?
I saw some students running from the 1200 building, running out. There was a deputy holding the door open for them.
This is, just so we're clear, this is after the shooting is over, correct?
That's correct.
You don't hear any shots?
Not a single shot.
Okay, and you're looking while my client's on his school radio, correct?
That's correct.
And what was his demeanor like at the time?
He was upset. He was agonizing, trying to get more information. He was.
Objection is speculation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sir, if you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question. I want you to guess. Go ahead.
Okay.
How did he look like to you?
He looked visibly upset, shaken.
And what happened next?
More and more officers are descending upon the school by this time. There are people in SWAT gear, both BSO and Coral Springs officers. Some go inside that first floor of the 1200 building. Others are outside, up against the wall, tight to the wall of the 1200 building. By this time, no one has said whether or not they believe anyone's actually in the building as far as the shooter is concerned. But this is where we're all staged.
When you say they, no one had said that. Are you referring to your radio?
Yes.
You're still monitoring your BSO radio?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that you just stopped and said, I'm no longer going to listen?
No.
And so you're listening, and even as people are going into the 1200 building, you're saying that no one had said over your BSO radio, 1200 building.
Objection is believed.
That is leading, but it's overruled. Go ahead, sir. Finish your question.
When they said, I heard 1200 building, but I understood it to be the area, because I also heard 1300. I also heard 700. I never heard inside the 1200 building.
Did you ever hear anybody reference the football field?
Yes, I did. I did hear a deputy say on the radio, shots fired at the football field. And I believe he also made contact with a victim, because he called out, I got a victim on the football field.
So could you narrow it down from listening to your radio? Could you narrow it down to any specific location?
No.
Did you ever run into the building when you saw people going in?
No.
How come?
Number one, there's already people in there. But number two, I'm still waiting to find out where I need to be. And by that, I mean, I'm waiting for Peterson to relay information to us that he's getting, at that time, we believe, real-time information.
How long before you left, how long was Peterson on his school radio trying to get that real-time intelligence?
Probably an additional 5 minutes while we were there.
So total time, from the time that you get there to the time that you leave him, how long do you see him on his school radio trying to get information from the video?
Anywhere from 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay. And then when you left, was he still on his radio?
Yes,
So you're not saying that was the total time that he was trying to get information. That's all that you saw him.
correct.
for. When you leave, he's still on his school radio trying to get information from the video room.
That's
right?
correct.
And you understood that to be to find out where the shooter or shooters are located, correct?
Correct.
Does my client ever shout out anything while you're there?
I don't recall.
And what's the next thing that you did?
One of the SWAT members that was on the first floor called out to us and said he needs keys. I guess some of the doors on the first floor were locked, and they didn't feel comfortable with locked doors behind their back, so they wanted to open every door and make sure the shooter wasn't going to pop out of the classroom. So I went to Deputy Peterson and told him I need keys, and he readily grabbed them and threw them to me. And I ran them inside and threw them to the SWAT guy. And short time after that is when we learned that the subject was coming down the stairwell.
Let me ask you this. When you asked Scott for his keys, was there any hesitation at all to give them to you?
None.
And your purpose for using the keys was for what?
So that those locked doors on the first floor could be checked for occupancy, possible shooters.
And when he gave you the keys, was he still on his school radio trying to find out where the shooter or shooters were located?
Yes.
And what's the next thing that happened?
Deputy Peterson relayed to us that the subject should be coming down from the third floor in the stairwell. Meanwhile, we had SWAT officers with rifles trained in the stairwell, and they're yelling back, "No one's here. No one's here."
When you're standing next to my client, could you look up at the building and see into the stairwell to know where the shooter or shooters are located?
No.
Was there any doubt in your mind then that he got that information from the school radio
That's correct.
after people were watching the video?
Yes.
And what happened next?
It was at that time that we realized whoever was watching the video was not watching it in real time. He was watching it after he rewound it with possibly a 20-minute delay. So this whole time that we're waiting for a pinpointed location for the subject, we then find out he already left through the west doors of this building.
Did there ever come a time that you went into the 1200 building, either render aid or to assist?
I did.
At what point was that?
I went into the 1200 building to hand Deputy Peterson's keys off, and I went back in when they said the subject was coming down the stairwell.
But in terms of leaning over and helping with kids and tourniquets and things like that,
I did not do that, no.
and did there ever come a time where you thought that my client really did know where the shooter or shooters were located and maybe was just faking it?
Objection is speculation.
Yeah, that's the same.
From what you saw, did it appear that my client was doing all that he could to assist?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vita.
You doing?
I tend to speak quickly. If you need me to slow down, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
You arrived on scene after the shots had already stopped, correct?
That's correct.
And when you arrived on scene, there was no fire alarm, correct?
No, I didn't hear any fire alarm.
Now, going back to a question about the deputy of the year and the SRO of the year, you actually nominated Mr. Peterson for one of those awards, correct?
Yes.
Which one? If you recall.
I believe it's the SRO of the year.
SRO of the year, meaning that he knows all of his responsibilities and does them as an SRO.
Yes.
Then you testified that during fights, he would jump in with no backup,
No police backup.
no police backup. Now, upon direct examination, Ms. Argosh asked you about training and allowing parents into the school area. Isn't it true that during your training, during an active shooting, while the shots are being fired, the priority is to seek out the shooter based upon the sound of the shots or other stimuli?
That's true.
So anything in terms of keeping parents out or traffic or anything like that, that's secondary, or maybe even third or fourth, correct?
Fair enough, correct?
Because you stop the shooter, you stop people getting shot, you stop the bleeding if you seek it out. That's your training, correct?
Yes.
Now, you stated on direct examination that when you arrived with Captain Jordan, initially her radio keyed up just fine.
Yes.
Okay, and you arrived approximately what time?
I believe it was, according to the FDLE timeline, it was 2:28.
2:28.
I wasn't looking at my clock at that time.
Understandable. So around 2:28, her radio keys up just fine.
Yes.
Difficulties happen with the radios happen after.
Correct.
And you and Captain Jordan arrived after the shooting's over.
Correct.
Now, you testified that Captain Jordan took command and you basically needed to go do something. You wanted to be proactive.
Yes.
You're trained to do that. Active shooting, you don't just stand still, you go and do something.
Correct.
And you saw people, administrators or whomever, teachers in the first building, building one, scared. You went outside to protect them, right?
Correct.
And you were trained to do that.
Yes.
You did something.
Yes.
Then you went ahead and did another thing. You saw the Coral Springs officers couldn't get in through the front gate. You let them in.
That's correct.
And you kind of like paired up with them, right?
I did.
Okay. And then you went northbound, searching the variety of rooms, heading towards the 1200 building.
Correct.
So you're moving towards where dispatch is saying, I'm sorry, not dispatch, Mr. Peterson is saying 1200 building. You're moving towards that,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Either to confront the shooter or to, if it's a rescue portion, to help out with the students, teachers, whomever, who have been shot or are deceased.
Yes.
And that's based on your training.
Yes.
You were asked on direct examination about the reception, and sometimes you have to step forward from a concrete building to get better reception. Do you remember testifying to
Yes.
that? Now, based upon your training, though, if they're shooting, if you're being shot at, if you think there's sniper fire, you don't step out to call on the radio, right?
No, you wouldn't.
You take that position of cover if you actually think you're under fire, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified under direct that you were concerned about being shot. I mean, obviously, everybody there was, correct?
Yes.
But you still moved, correct?
I did.
You still went outside building one to protect those teachers, correct?
Yes.
You still teamed up with Coral Springs to move towards the north side, correct?
I did.
And this is all while you're thinking, I don't want to be shot,
Definitely.
but you still acted.
Yes.
At any point in time, as when you're paired up or teamed up with Coral Springs, at any point in time, were you guys kind of in a run or a jog,
A fast walk.
fast, moving quickly?
Yes.
Because time is of the essence.
Yes.
Now you said, and this is just for clarification purposes, someone called out blue.
I did.
You called out. Was that to Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
It was. Okay. Now, when you called out blue, what did Mr. Peterson do?
He said, "Come on up." He waved up.
So that's a proper response, as if he heard you properly, correct?
Yes.
And he turned around and saw blue, and he saw you.
Yes.
Because he's waving law enforcement forward. Because you're not going to wave teachers forward, right?
Right.
You're not going to wave kids forward, right?
No.
Civilians aren't coming forward. It's law enforcement coming forward.
Yes.
And what were you wearing at that?
I was wearing my Class B green uniform.
So like the state, what the?
Yes.
So you're dressed as an officer. No question, he sees you wearing your Class B green
Right.
ESO uniform.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you were still monitoring the radio, and when you heard 1200 multiple times, you thought it was the area of the 1200.
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Peterson over dispatch say inside the 1200 building?
I don't recall hearing that.
If you had heard that, would you have changed your actions?
It's hard to say because without that real-time intel, it's shots being fired. You don't know if you're walking into an ambush at that time.
Because you didn't have the gunshot stimuli.
Correct.
And you also said under direct that You didn't run in, people were in there. You were waiting for the defendant to relay information to us.
Yes,
He's the first deputy on scene, correct?
yes,
He's the school resource officer for that high school, correct?
yes,
The person first on scene with the most knowledge about the buildings has real-time information, should have real-time information, correct?
yes,
Now, you stated SWAT needed the keys. You ran out to Mr. Peterson, he threw them to you, right?
yes,
Do you recall him throwing them to you?
I do.
You run them up to the 1200 building?
Correct.
And you throw them to Seward? Do you
No,
recall that?
I don't recall if it was the Seward or one of the SWAT gentlemen that needed it. I'm not sure.
Fair enough, but you were inside the building, you could see
Yes,
deceased individuals.
I did.
Now, you testified about the video room. Now, when you brought up to Mr. Peterson, approximately how many officers were around that area? You can completely ballpark this.
Including myself and Nicole Springs?
Yes,
Probably a dozen to 15.
12 to 15.
Yes,
You testified that he's over the radio, Mr. Peterson, getting information from the video room.
yes,
And you later learned that the video room, it was delayed.
yes.
correct? In training, do you learn that it's more efficient to not have to relay radio communications through a variety of people, like basically like the telephone game? If you can find out information, just you and I, as opposed to going through 3 other people, it makes more sense, correct?
Sure.
Because there can be miscommunications, correct?
Yes,
As the SRO, knowing the layout of the building with the camera system, it would have made more sense for Scot Peterson to go to the video room, correct?
I can't speculate.
Okay. If he had gone to the video room, though, it would have avoided that extra telephone line, so to speak, the extra communication.
If he was able to relay that information to us with a working radio, it would.
Now, after you're on the east side, you throw the keys, and eventually you make your way west.
Correct.
Mr. Vino, showing you what's already in evidence.
This is
State
the,
one? Yes, it can be shown. Yes, sir. I apologize. Typically, there's a pencil you can use, so I'm just going to kind of trace it and tell me if I'm accurate. If I'm incorrect or inaccurate, please tell me.
Okay.
So when you're coming over from 1200 building, you're running west this way, correct?
Yes,
Why are you running west?
because the last known information that we received from that video room was that the subject had left the west side of that, through the west exit of the building.
So you actually ran with Coral Springs officers west to go seek out the shooter.
Correct.
And that's a proactive move.
Yes,
It's something you're trained to do
yes,
because you need to stop the shooter.
yes,
You didn't stay in one spot for 48 minutes, right?
no,
You were around Mr. Peterson 5 to 8 minutes, I think you said?
about that, yes.
During those 5 to 8 minutes, did you see anything that struck you as strange from Mr. Peterson? Was his conduct that of, and I know you said he was upset,
Yes,
but did you see, was he still talking on the radio? Was he still acknowledging when people were running by, things of that nature?
nothing stands out.
Nothing stands out.
No.
You heard the defendant call out over dispatch, stay back 500 feet, correct?
Yes,
Based on your experience and training, that's not taught, right?
I didn't understand the call, but
You didn't
he's
understand?
on the scene. I'm not.
Did you not understand the call because this is an active shooter situation and you're trained to run in to get the shooter?
Like I said, I don't understand the reason for the call, but I did hear it.
Thanks.
And read the rest. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. sir. So while my client was on his radio trying to get real-time intelligence from the video room, you said that there was a dozen to 15 other officers standing around near him, correct?
Yes,
None of those people were running in the building at the time you saw them standing near my client, correct?
I counted the people that were standing near your client and the people that were at the doorway to that 1200 room, but yes,
So how many people were standing near my client?
I think it was just me and the 4 or 5 Coral Springs officers that just walked up.
Okay. And how were you feeling at the time?
Stressed, overwhelmed a little bit. I hadn't been to a scene like this yet. And it was it's a terrible situation to be in.
What is tunnel vision?
It is, but that's what, go ahead, sir, you can answer the question.
I actually experienced it that day for the first time ever. When I first learned of the shooting and I had to get to the scene, I got the captain with me, we got in my vehicle, and I had such like an adrenaline dump. My heart was pounding. I couldn't see. I could only see straight ahead. I couldn't see peripherally at all. I couldn't see the captain sitting next to me. And here I am, I have to drive. So as I'm exiting the city complex, I can't look to see if any cars are going out, turning my head completely to the side because I just couldn't see. And it freaked me out a little bit because I'd never experienced that. I remember hearing the captain at one point telling me to slow down. You're going to get us both killed. It was probably a 30 to 45 second drive. It might have taken a little longer, but that's how quick it felt like we got there. And I've heard, I've never experienced that before. So I definitely understand what that means.
You can't train away tunnel vision?
No.
These cops are human, right?
Yes.
And stress affects cops differently, correct?
Yes.
Did you stay close to a captain from Coral Springs?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors why.
It was Captain Brad McKeon, and it was after I left that 1200 building and started searching towards the baseball fields and the field house, looking for someplace this person might hide. I stayed with Captain McKeon because he had a functioning radio, and I could at least try to relay information that Coral Springs was getting to my BSO counterparts.
Did you feel disadvantaged by not having the information they were getting?
Yes.
Did you feel disadvantaged because your radio wasn't working properly?
Yes.
You're aware of the active shooter policy that existed for BSO at the time, correct?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, first of all, what a debrief is, or debriefing.
Yeah, that's a rule. Go ahead, sir, you can answer the question.
A debrief occurs after a critical incident where you talk about what went right, what went wrong, how can we do things better next time, that sort of information.
The most effective way to do a debrief, would that be to ask just some general questions or be very specific?
Well, I think it starts with a general question and the feedback becomes very specific. You end up getting usually useful information out of doing a debrief.
Did the active shooter policy at the time require a debriefing to be conducted of witnesses of the active shooting?
I believe so. I don't have the policy memorized, but I do believe that. I believe it does.
Okay. Let me just, if you took a look at it, would that refresh your recollection
Sure.
of exact words?
It would.
Okay, Judge, may I approach the witness? Sure. Thank you, sir. I'm showing this remarked as defense exhibit number 2. You can just refresh your recollection, please.
Yes, okay.
So is a debriefing required of people who are witnesses to the active shooter?
No, that's what the rule is for both. They're not asking his opinion, he's asking, yes, so if you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question. Both objections are overruled. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, it is required according to policy.
And who is the person who's supposed to conduct that debriefing?
The incident commander,
And by the way, that would have included Scot Peterson, a debriefing of Scot Peterson, correct?
correct?
And the incident commander, is that the highest ranking person on the scene?
Yes.
That wouldn't have been you as lieutenant, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been.
Who was the highest ranking person on the scene?
I believe it was Colonel James Pullman.
Do you know if Colonel James Poland ever conducted a debriefing of my client?
I do not know.
And if Colonel Poland does not conduct a debriefing of my client, who ultimately is responsible to ensure that that gets done?
Yeah, at this point, that's his. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
Judge, if we can just go side around.
Sure.
Yeah, literally, once it finishes, I'm going straight to bed. So thank you, everyone that has gifted me. What do you want to say? I'm saying, bought memberships or sent super chats and all that, and also those just here to support. I'm really grateful for that.
A hot zone is the general location of
Those.
the incident in question. It would include buildings adjacent to the parking lot in front of, obviously after mentioning of shooting at the football field, it would have included the football field. It's basically a danger zone. It's where you expect to find the shooter.
Had my client gone to the video room in the 100 building, he would have been out of the hot zone, correct?
Yes,
That would have been safer for my client, correct?
yes,
But under the circumstances, then the only way he would then be able to relay that information to the people waiting for it on scene would be through his radio, correct?
yes,
And the radios were malfunctioning, weren't they?
they were.
So staying on the scene in the hot zone and announcing what he was hearing over the radio was the best practice, wasn't it?
I believe so.
That's the best way he could be of service to everyone on the scene, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Based on that, and recross,
Yes, just a couple questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You testified on redirect about that you had tunnel vision on the car right over.
I did.
You still acted though, right? Even though you had tunnel vision, you were still driving.
I did.
You still got there.
I did.
When you got on scene, you still went to the 100 building, correct?
Yes,
You still went outside the 100 building to protect the teachers, correct?
I did.
You still teamed up with Coral Springs, correct?
Yes,
You still went north to the 1200 building in Coral Springs, correct?
I did.
You still got the keys from Scot Peterson and threw them to you, correct?
Yes,
You still went west to search for the shooter, correct?
I did.
So you took all those actions even though you suffered tunnel vision on the car right over.
I did.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Real quick sidebar with the lawyers, please.
And now just want to know, is there, I don't think there is court tomorrow, but just want to double check.
Press pause on trial at this point. Again, that schedule, just so we know, update, that schedule estimation that I told you on Tuesday seems to be holding true. So again, number one, big picture, we're way ahead of the original schedule that I gave you, way ahead. Number two, the trial is not going to be in session tomorrow. So even though it was on the schedule for tomorrow, which is Friday, June 16th, I'm not going to need you here Friday, June 16th. Okay? You go back to your normal lives tomorrow. Likewise, remember on Monday, the schedule, we were never going to be here on Monday. Monday is a court holiday. The courthouse is closed. So the trial is going to resume on Tuesday, June 20th. I'm going to ask you to be at the jury room at 9:15 a.m. 9:15 a.m. on Tuesday, June 20th. Again, no promises, things are fluid, but it appears in fact that the state is going to be able to conclude their presentation on Tuesday. Okay, and then we'll turn to the defense presentation, or maybe Wednesday. Okay, one of those two. That's number one. Ladies and gentlemen, number two, the juror with the 10-day issue would work. I think Tuesday the 20th would be the 10th day. I'm going to have the final answer for you at that point. I don't want that juror to be concerned regarding the loss of any of the PTO time. I'm still working on that issue, and we're going to have a resolution to it the next time I see you on Tuesday. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, since I'm not going to see you for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, let me emphasize again, please, the same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony.
Okay, that's enough. That was a great witness. You're right, Amy. Judge Buzzcut, absolutely. Thank you, everybody, as always, for your support. Loved it. I'm tired. I'm up in about 4 and a bit hours. I've got blood tests tomorrow, so I am going to go to bed. I am, Shelley. I'm listening. I'm going to bed now. So with that, thank you very much. Take care, guys. Have a good one. Ta-ra.